game, and then we have too much fun, and it kind of every session you have has a delightful amount of scope creep.
It's built in. It's priced into the market, Tom.
I just deleted the indestructible boot from my items because I forgot that was I had to delete that. It says boots, but it's supposed to be boot.
It is supposed to be boot. I'm sorry about that. Because there's only one bootstrap.
Disgusting.
Only one bootstrap. It's not
when
bootstrap's paradox.
If we should find the other boot, since you said yesterday it was in storage, yeah. I would like to have someone put it on and try to pick themselves up by their bootstrap to see what happens.
If Quake dies, I'm making a new character called Goblin, and their whole ability is they summon a new version of themselves, and that new version has the same powers as the original, and so I can just summon infinite versions of myself.
Unfortunately, due to how that works...
I was going to make it at 4 levels.
You'd be able to do it 4 times, then. Because you have to build it attached to the thing you summon. So it just gets exponentially more powerful, more expensive each generation down the power goes. If you want a good example of that...
Wait, why would it get more expensive? Wouldn't it get cheaper because it's attached -2?
No, it goes down to the same price, but you're still spending the points. So every layer...
Oh, yeah.
After you get to the first attached layer, it just keeps getting more and more. Unless you attach it to each lower level power, which...
Yep, that's what I was doing. Attached to each lower level power.
It's still expensive, though.
It's expensive.
Your connection good, Alex? You alright?
Hello?
I could pick up the foot soldiers of Dredger.
Have you guys been talking this whole time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So something happened.
Not about anything important, but...
Yeah, it wasn't anything important. We were just making a bit about how Sam's gonna drive down to Delaware, prison shank Tom. Tom says he's gonna be wearing body armor, but I'm pretty sure Sam still wins that fight. It's nothing against you, Tom. I just have low confidence in you surviving Sam.
Okay, but I have my great-grandfather's special Zweihander. It is a one-edged weapon. It's a 15-pound pizza cutter. It's gigantic. He used it to behead a troll.
Tom?
Yeah.
You've seen me clear a wall before, right?
Yeah, I have seen you climb 6 feet up a sheer brick wall. It was terrifying.
Quick question: are you gonna be? You're gonna be inside. How do you plan on using the Zweihander in a hallway?
See, that's the upside to a prison shank. I can do it anywhere.
The beauty of it is still a pizza cutter. It's just really fucking heavy.
Oh, you're just gonna fucking whap me with it.
My grandfather invented osmium.
Your grandfather invented...
I feel like your grandfather is not doing these things.
Yeah, Tom, I don't know how to tell you this. Trolls aren't real, buddy.
Tom, I didn't know you were heir to the Osmosis Joan fortune.
Okay, I need you to know that of everything you've said to me recently, Sam, that feels like an insult.
Oh!
I don't know why, but that feels like an insult.
Is it because the official Osmosis Jones soundtrack has a custom track from Kid Rock, where he has a song advocating for statutory?
Yes. Just like every other song by Kid Rock. Oh my god, it's been there the entire time. Did you hear that he tried to sue someone for referring to him as the human embodiment of an above-ground swimming pool? That's why that insult's been floating around in my head.
Okay, so last session, you guys got the time machine turned off and are now harnessing it for time juice.
Mm-hmm.
The project for
delicious time juice.
Ah, my favorite type of juice, time juice.
So all that's left now is to... Sorry, I drank a liter of Dr. Pepper, and I'm dealing with the consequences of that. Okay, so...
Welcome to Rumble Town, Sam. Population me, and now also you.
This place sucks. Okay, so you guys have a quarantine thing in effect. If you turn that off, the lift down will engage.
Okay.
So that leaves just the cybernetics wing, which is seemingly overgrown with evil meat, and that's where the 3 Goliaths, who were full of evil meat, wandered down.
Well, the good news is we got used to fighting Goliaths in the other room.
Yeah, and in quite larger numbers than have previously occurred. Also, Dredger learned that he can turn into a puddle of meat if he needs to. He can't. He can't. He can't do it without help.
Guys, I've unlocked this new power. What? If somebody beats me to death, I could just turn into a pile of meat.
That's not a
think
power,
everybody
buddy.
can do
That's
that.
just that's a standard feature.
Yeah, I think it's built into the physical form.
Says you.
No, wait, he's got a point.
You think I'm made of meat, like you fucking peasants? Pure swamp. Anyway, yeah. So looking at the little directory, gives you guys directions. Looks like the archives are below you. Cybernetics directly ahead. There is a little admin office all the way in the back. That might be a way. There might be like a computer or something there to disengage. Either that or you could try and find a way to clear out all the meat. The meat that's growing out of the walls and hanging down from the ceiling, and you're pretty sure is in the air based on the smell.
And
Yeah.
the meat that I'm immune to,
Yes, you are immune to the meat.
and the meat that is consumable by me.
It is consumable by you, last you checked.
Let us try. Gallant is just going to wait for Dredger's decision, but Gallant is heavily debating just eating all of the free food that people keep leaving out, especially the fact that it's like icing on the walls.
Dredger is standing there thinking about how the compliant key didn't have any information about this that was usable. We basically know nothing about it or its source, so we can't attack it that way. We could go to the admin office and hope to learn more about it from some sort of like potentially finding some sort of like overarching history from the security system. But Dredger does see like turns to his left and sees Gallant just vibrating quietly. Sighs and says, "Gallant, we know
Yeah,
what you are
boss.
thinking. We see what you are thinking. You aren't being very subtle right now.
No idea what you're talking about, boss. I'm just waiting for orders.
Gallant, do you know who Kirby is?"
Gallant probably wouldn't. So no.
Dredger kind of slaps himself and mutters under his breath, "Damn, Ephraim." And then he says, "All right, just go wild. I see what you're thinking. Go clear one wall first and see how you feel after that."
Gallant is going to proceed to start licking the icing off the walls in his mind, like gathering it all up. But what everybody else sees is just the armor starting to like slam into the surrounding area and just like scraping it off with like big mandibles and claws and everything else.
I have
Seeing how
in
much you can eat without getting sick, essentially.
I have in my head an image of a proboscis being used as a windshield wiper.
Weep, whoop, weep.
It does make that
Thank
noise.
you.
So
Wow,
like a
that's
fucking
upsetting.
demented Hoover, Gallant is just sponging up the evil meat. As he sponges it up, you realize it bleeds directly into the steel support structure of this building. And as he hoovers it up, you start hearing the hallway begin to settle in a structurally kind of unsound way. You see the ceiling beginning to drag down. You see the floor cracking as the support is no longer there.
Dredger yells out, "Gallant, stop."
Stops immediately.
Gallant,
Satisfied burp.
I bet that smells great.
Oh, it's delicious.
Dredger will say, we shouldn't have we shouldn't remove it. It appears to be in the actual support structure of this
You mean
layer.
that whole wing is made out of candy?
Yes, but in a structurally unsound way.
You're saying a lot of big words again, boss man, but I'm gonna assume I can't eat the whole wing because it's made out of candy.
You can't eat the whole wing. You shouldn't eat any more of the wing because it's made out of candy, but not by someone who knew what they were doing. Wait, Sam, is that too close to a lie? Can Dredger even say that?
No, Sweet Tooth perks up as if he's being spoken of.
Okay, thank you.
The statement stands.
Okay. The concept of a lie is very fluid in the city.
Well, for like the lore purposes, anyway, even if you said something else, that's what Gallant would have heard. So
Fair enough.
I'm surprised that Tamari forgot that Quake said that she knew Xander. You did get your shit punched into a puddle, so I just assumed that just erased that memory.
So Avery would care. The Dredger kind of doesn't. It's more just shocking at a weird subconscious level because Avery is still in there, still absolutely aware of everything that's happening and horrified. But thinking about this again, Dredger will, while trying to figure out what happens here, say, so Quake, we do need you to understand that Xander is quite dead, or is that how you met him?
Yeah, I met him when he was dead. Where else would I have met him?
We aren't honestly certain. We know very little about you, to be honest.
Good, keep it that way. Anyway, we should probably go go to the Adlins, the fucking,
that was funny. Good, keep it that way.
Dredger has now decided he's not gonna tell Quake where potentially one of their only friends' skull fucking is. He's not gonna tell him where he found, like... God, where would you even keep Xander's skull? It's like...
Xander wasn't a friend.
Yeah, but I'm like, where would you keep it? I'm imagining, like, the ultimate insult I can think of here is, like, the Fisher-Price ossuary.
We flash back to the power plant. We see Barry playing Skull Jenga.
So part of my hell was having to listen to Xander talk for fucking ever, nonstop. And his hell was me just stabbing him over and over again. And telling him he has small dick energy. But, you know, that's how I met
Dredger looks
Xander.
quite confused and says, based on our unfortunate knowledge of his habits, we don't see why he would dislike that.
Oh no! Oh no!
Look at the knife. Look at Dredger. Look at the knife. Look at Dredger. Let's just keep moving and forget we had this conversation.
Let's forget all about this sad series of revelations.
It's one of my favorite jokes that Avery and Xander learned basically everything about each other because neither of them have any filter at all. It haunts the entire setting.
Flashback to the "you're the worst roommate" argument.
Yeah. So, like, the waterlogged aren't even going to touch Xander's skull, right? They just know?
They were there. They saw. They know.
Okay.
They know what you
Good.
did. So,
They know what you did last summer.
Ooh.
as you guys walk in, it's not. It doesn't seem inherently dangerous. You guys are all pretty non-standard organisms, so the airborne element doesn't really hit. You know, Quake is a spirit from hell. Avery is not Avery, he's Dredger, and Dredger is non-human. Gallant. Don't need to say anything else there.
Yeah, Gallant is something that people
What
are
of hidden
unaware of.
sorrows?
Hidden Sorrows is unnoticed by the airborne virus.
Yeah, in order to be infected, you would have to be noticed.
God, it's such a powerful ability. It's so sad that it sucks for him. Seeing the general state of this room, Dredger will offer that when we return to have our body reconstructed, we were given by Dr. Crab several syringes that will heal the body and potentially, I believe, regrow limbs as well. And Dredger kind of hands them out. I believe there were 2 each, not counting Hidden Sorrows.
I don't need one.
Very well. Dr. Crab had this for you, however, and gives you the insubstantiality syringe.
Is that insubstantiality permanent, Sam, or no?
It has duration, like all his little supplements. It doesn't... It lets you kind of phase for a moment. You can't keep it toggled on because you will just fall through the floor into the center of the earth.
Got
But if
it.
you phase it on for like a second or two, you can phase through objects and also use it to kind of dodge attacks. It's just it's like 2 gobble dice. It's mostly useful for going through things.
I believe there
Can
were.
you send that to me when you get a chance?
It's just the ones from the book. There's nothing really special, but it's just 2 useful qualities with duration.
Okay.
I believe there were 2 of those, and then 6 healing syringes.
I think it was just 3.
Okay. Dredger will take 2 syringes because he's flimsy and offer 1 to Gallant.
Ooh, a lollipop. Takes the lollipop. Doesn't eat it yet because he's already full, but stores it for later.
Considering it's a hypodermic syringe made out of chitin, Dredger shudders involuntarily, trying to imagine what it's going to look like when you use the thing.
Alright, so as you guys go down the main hallway, there's a giant mass of meat wiring and just looks like rubble blocking off the main hall. But there is a lab connection to your right. Looks like you could maybe get into it. Based on the directory you saw earlier, it looks like if you cut through that lab, you'd be able to circle back around towards the main hall again. You could either try to clear the blockage or take your chances with the lab.
I can just teleport through the blockage.
Yeah, you're in.
That only gets you into the room.
Yeah, I know.
So,
But that's your...
yeah.
So right now we're trying to get into cyber. We're just gonna go into cybernetics still.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's the idea. Trying to clear the quarantine.
Okay.
should I just check what's on the other side of the blockage at least?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay. I'll reactivate my stealth and then teleport on over there.
Are you using the insubstantiability hypo?
No. I just have my teleport, which instantly then can choose to go to possess an object, but I just won't possess an object.
Okay, so you can kind of just Quake activates their teleport, just kind of skids across a gap in the meat, skids across an object, pops out on the other side, hidden from sight. You see a Goliath unit shambling slowly. These ones, it's one of the Goliaths that were overgrown with meat, stepping through a wall, not destroying it, but like the wall wasn't there. It stops. You hear a wheezing wet inhale, and it's moving like a dog sniffing the air as it slowly sinks into the floor like it was water.
Alright, I'll teleport back and let them know. So, there's a Goliath. It's phasing into the wall, and it's part liquid and part meat.
As you mean that it is moving in as if it is part of the. It's
The
so
wall.
heavily.
Yeah, it's part of the wall, and then also can sink into the water.
Gunnar
So,
nods sagely
Be
and
ready
says,
for ambushes.
"Yes, and we would like to state there will be no more there will be no more badass moments. We truly and honestly thought that a being drowned in time would be of our remit, and we will not be trying the same on a.
I mean,
being drowned in
honestly,
gore.
if you think about it, it is pretty badass that you came back from being literally just a puddle of goo.
This is true, but to be honest, it wasn't our intent.
I figured that, but still, good on you.
Dredger will just nod. And what is going on in this room, Sam, with all the various perception abilities we have?
The lab? Yeah, you guys head
Yeah.
in. The airlock cycles. Airlock to let you in. It stops. You hear a whirring that turns into the breathing, like it sounds like a lung compressing. As it appears, the airlock has also become organic. And then it cycles, opening like an eyelid to let you in. And you see 3 white containment cells that look like they weren't converted. Looks like a material that the meat couldn't really subvert. But inside of them, you see like 3 pieces of electronics. One is a old CRT TV, where the screen looks like it's made out of eyeball, and the white plastic is turned to enamel. You notice there's computers in front of each of these panels that are still lit up but bioluminescent. There's also a radio where one half of it seems normal, the other half the speaker has popped out. It looks like ground meat pouring out of it. And in the final one, there is a common prosthetic cybernetic where part of it is just turned into normal organ. Do you guys want to roll research on anything in here, or do you guys want to just keep moving forward?
Are we close enough? You think we would alert the Goliaths?
I won't alert anything. Also, if I remember correctly, they have poor perception.
Yeah.
The normal ones do. Each Goliath that was in here has had major change-ups. They don't look or act like normal Goliaths anymore.
I reckon my idea probably isn't a good one then. I was considering what if this thing is apparently alive? What if we just ask? That might not be a good idea.
Alright, you could try. What are you asking?
I mean, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I guess what I would ask, if everyone else thinks it's a good idea, is we're here as servitors of Mammon Gray, who owns this place. This machine flesh destruction seems like it would be quite a convenient thing to have around. Do we just try to liaise with it, see if it might want to join up? Or do we just ignore it and try to destroy it?
So, out of character, really quick. From what I understand about this, it's less of a sentient being and more like just they accidentally made a virus or a disease that can turn machine parts into human parts.
Okay.
So I don't know how copacetic it is to talking, just because I think it's just here to turn metal into flesh.
Okay, I might be reading too much into this. I was thinking it might for all of the brains and computers it's eaten, it might have developed sentience, but
I mean, we can try it. I'm
are in
not
a
100% sure.
where they do have research notes on this exact thing. If you
Oh,
guys
that-
wanna
that
make a
seems a lot better.
perception
That-
or research check.
I'd like to make a perception check on the research papers.
Okay.
My perception, let me just roll because it could be better.
Does anyone else want to attempt while we're doing this?
Sure, I'll give it a go.
I get 5 10s.
Okay.
Never mind. He's gonna do way better than me.
So here's the thing: we can be paying attention to different things. Like you could be keeping a lookout for Goliaths, or
I will keep a lookout for Goliaths with 4 10s because my perception is cool.
I will help Treasure.
Bodyguard will bodyguard.
all right, just roll a separate perception check. That way, you guys can ask 2 questions.
3 10s.
Okay, excellent. So, let's start things off with Dredger. The answers are pretty much going to be contained in those 3 research projects. Which of the 3 did you want to look at? Did you want to look at the speaker, the TV, or the cybernetic implant?
I'd like to start looking with the cybernetic implant.
Okay. As you go up to the computer, its keys are squishy, but still functional. You manage to scroll through the documentation. You have to click through a couple of tabs. You're not too familiar with the research procedures, but you manage to eventually, just skimming it, come across something interesting. Where it looks like this started with biocybernetic integration. It looks like very early on, Poseidon Energy was really struggling with bodies rejecting cybernetic implants. So the key to it was they were going to, do a little stem cell coding, have it so that it would grow out from the cybernetic, integrate it with the biological material that's there.
Okay.
So it blends in perfectly and the body wouldn't reject it. Now, the issue is they're having it very, these are the earliest notes you can find. It said major issue with the cells apparently figuring out how to work both ways. So they started converting the machines into meat and the meat into machines as well.
Okay.
It looks like this was done under the banner of Project Ouroboros, as some of the cybernetics they needed for resonance monitoring were too much of a load for the normal listeners.
Okay. So from that, it's kind of sounding to me like this situation is either the Goliath is in charge, which would be bad, or there is no one currently in charge of a weird machine flesh throne.
So all of these notes are from Pre-Awakening, just so we're clear.
Okay.
Way Pre-Awakening.
Okay. I need you to know that while I understand what you mean by that, that actually doesn't mean much to me, because I've learned many a time before in this setting that time doesn't real.
Fair enough.
Maybe it doesn't for real.
Now, Chris, was Quake going to try and look at one of the other 2?
Yeah, look at the speaker, I believe you said there's.
Yeah, there's a speaker. So the speaker is more of an incident report than a full formal research document. Basically, back when it was just getting cybernetics integrated, and they were still finding out this spreads from person to machine because it gets throughout the entire body, and then anything they touch also gets afflicted. When the speaker got infected, it should have just picked up radio signals. But they said as far as they can gather, this thing started putting out some white noise that had some very bad effects of the sanity of whoever heard it. And as far as they could pin it down, it was a frequency coming from the Singularity Research Lab.
That will be useful. We could use this as.
Yeah.
No, so that gives me a clue that maybe it is a sentient thing. Because what that is something is interacting with the cells and kind of turning them into drones for its purpose.
This is starting to sound a little bit like the Hiss, and I'm kind of wondering, can I soul read Sam on what the potential source for this thing might be?
Maybe not.
Okay.
That being,
I'm shooting a very educated shot in the dark. I could be 100% wrong that it's even a sentient creature, but that sounds sentient to me. Like a signal is coming from somewhere else. They don't know where, but it started changing something actively, and it looks like its only purpose is to spread and multiply.
Gallant did take some documentation from the Singularity Lab if you wanted to look over anything. If not, we could just keep that perception check for the immediate environment. No, that was declared to...
I'm just going to keep looking around. Gallant's not smart. Doesn't think he's smart enough to figure this out. This is metagaming. I'm a bad player.
Sorry. If we've shut down the Singularity Lab, does that mean this situation might solve itself? Because the signal won't be there anymore?
You guys don't have enough information to answer that with a concrete yes or no.
Okay.
That being said, good thing Gallant was keeping an eye out for that Goliath. You see a hand slowly emerging from the ground, closing around. It's miraculously closing around Quake's leg. Hasn't quite gotten there yet, but...
Can I do an attack on it to try to get rid of the hand?
Absolutely.
Cool. I'm going to stab it in the hand with my maximum power.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, with, it's 10, wait, which arm?
It's the right arm.
Okay. Actually, do I have wiggle dice, or am I only, I think it's wiggle dice. Let me double check my character sheet. But
I believe you have wiggle dice.
It is, they're wiggle dice. Perfect. I was about to say, I might have screwed myself. I think I might have been playing wrong the whole time. But we're good. 10 wiggle die, so I'll stab it, and it's 10 fives.
Okay.
And it's going to do 19 damage, pen 6, speed 16.
So, you do manage to chop off a couple of fingers, and as you do your standard pivot, drive it down through the arm, a couple things happen. One, you notice the fingers are regrowing, metal and all, almost instantly. And two, you start actually feeling resistance, not even a little bit past the wrist. That lets you know these things have more than double the normal HP of a Goliath. You know for a fact you didn't even do half of its health to its arm, but it is withdrawing as soon as you deal damage to it.
Okay, so they're very, very tanky, but more for sneak attack. Weird. I mean, as long as it's not grabbing him anymore, I'll just go back to, like, keeping an eye out and let everybody know that to be careful because it looks like we're attracting attention.
Okay. Now, moving forward, did you want to spend any more time in this lab, or did you want to book it towards the admin section?
That's a Tom and Chris question for sure. Gallant is here to let Dredger do what he wants to do and protect both of them. So,
I think it might make more sense to move into admin in the hopes that like we could get a security feed and see how the cybernetics situation developed, maybe? If anybody went in or anything came out.
Okay. So, from there, I'm going to need perception checks from anyone who wants to keep a lookout for Goliath units. And as we get towards the end of the hallway, there is some rubble. This is just normal, like a collapsed portion of the hallway. Looks like there's a tumor just that kind of collapsed the top of the ceiling. Someone's going to need to make an athletics check to kind of hoof that one up there so you guys can clear through. Unless you guys have various ways of sneaking through, a collapsed hallway.
I forgot if I can move objects. 1 second. I can move objects. I will move. I will possess the object and move it.
Okay. Who wants to make perception checks for the Goliath unit?
I'll keep an eye out. What do you want to do, Tom?
How good is your perception?
It's 4 10s, and then I can roll 2 dice on that.
Okay. Mine is gonna basically always be 5 10s minimum. I'll keep an eye out.
I can do this quietly because I do have subtle on it, so I can use my stealth roll to not be seen moving it.
Very cool. As Quake possesses the tumor and just begins lifting it, the tumor's technically dead. I count it as an object. It's not like a living thing.
I'm going to use this to possess Charlie later, and then just make him jump off a building.
The tumor begins ascending surprisingly quietly into the ceiling. Dredger is keeping a lookout. I'm imagining Gallant is just at the ready to strike in case anyone sees him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dredger points something out, Gallant stabs. It's basically invisible.
So, Dredger, you don't see any hints of this thing until just at the very last second as the tumor is ascending into the ceiling. From almost like you're viewing it underwater, in silhouette, like a shadow. You see the Goliath's arms slithering underneath the skin of the tumor from the top corner of the ceiling. It looks like it's ready to just yank it into something.
Oh God. Dredger will alert people to that. I guess by just pointing. Try to keep as quiet as possible. Actually, maybe noise doesn't matter. Do we have any idea how this is targeting people?
You could try and make a scrutiny check.
Yeah, let me do that. Because it seems like...
How is Gallant responding to this? Like, what's his course of action?
If he just points and doesn't say anything, like if he just points at the tumor, Gallant's gonna like look at it and just probably be confused for a second because he's like, "Yeah, the tumor's floating up. Wasn't that the plan?"
I got 3 10s on scrutiny.
So, I'm trying to think if Quake shared enough information to...
What it seems like so far is that it only has been targeting Quake when Quake is doing cool ghost stuff.
So,
like any direct interaction with the wall tumor or with like being stealthy near it seems to activate it.
So, the one thing with scrutiny is it didn't start targeting Quake until Quake teleported into the tunnel it was in. And I don't believe Quake mentioned the sniffing motion, right?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
So, it's only targeting Quake right now, which means...
Do I have a scent as a ghost?
Yeah, you smell like a ghost.
I'm looking up what a ghost smells like.
So,
just to make this funnier, Omega definitely said you smelled like Ghost.
So,
what the
fuck? It's like weird mix of ghost and demon, and then just lays back down after they enter.
For centuries, encounters with ghosts have been accompanied by descriptions of their earthy smells. The lingering scent of
aftershave.
Old Spice. What the fuck is this article?
That is the most amazing thing I've ever read, and I love it.
The more common thing is sulfur. They say ghosts smell a lot like sulfur for some reason.
No, I like Old Spice and aftershave.
Yeah, Old Spice. No, Old Spice aftershave. It's a specific brand of aftershave. That's what they've lent. It's not even just aftershave. It's just Old Spice aftershave.
Yeah. Or a favorite cigarette brand. Maybe something romantic and Victorian like Rose Perfume.
Jesus
what Christ. The fuck is this article?
Alright.
What is this even about? God, okay, no, you know what? Never mind. I'll look at that later.
So yeah, you're reasonably certain this thing is. It has something tagged on Quake, and it's able to follow them despite them basically being undetectable. You think it has something to do with the fact that
Wait, is he using a power to track me?
he's using several things.
Does that?
So it's not technically. It's nothing paranormal, if that matters.
Okay, because it's if any perceiving power.
It's just these things have noses now. They can smell.
Okay.
Smell is how they perceive the world.
Okay,
They
so
have
it's not a smell-based
Jewish
power.
noses.
No, it's just it got your scent when you teleported over.
Damn, I was hoping that was
Canonically,
given
they
a
have
traumatic
big
path.
noses now.
Damn, what that nose do?
Okay.
Bring that
Jesus
sniffer
Christ.
over here, girl.
Oh no!
Oh noes.
Okay.
Oh no!
I'm assuming. Okay, so Quake isn't making a perception check. Dredger.
I have endless on perception, so I have three
How much?
hard dice.
3 hard dice? That is not enough.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask.
No worries. Weirdly enough, Dredger, you're noticing Gallant doesn't notice the Goliath this time, even though he noticed it last time. And as you look at it, it kind of it's like you ever see like one of those squiggles that float in the middle of your vision?
Yes.
And like when you look at it, it just darts away.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of something similar where it's like as you look at this thing's silhouette, it's getting harder and harder for you to see it.
I'd like to say that this has been like 3 seconds. This is almost like an anime monologue.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Just like, it's power. It's so strange. It's like when I look at it, I can't see it anymore.
You feel like you're about to lose track of this thing in a second. You need to act now before it before it does whatever it's going to do.
All right. Dredger will rush up and attack it.
All right. What attack are you using?
I'm just going to use my hyper brawling.
The one with non-physical?
Yes.
All right. How much damage is it doing? Any extras that I should know?
It is. Wait, this is what part of the body am I trying to target here?
Arms. Either arm would work, or both.
Okay, so I need like 3 through 6 then. Okay. Let's see. I'm kind of set up to hit people in the head with this crap. Okay, it'll be 2 5s with 3 attack levels.
Okay. You drag your hand through this thing.
It does also have engulf. I don't know what that means in this situation.
It helps. You drag the water out of this thing. You see the tumor shriveling up like a raisin. Quake, you feel the tumor you're in jolt, and you see it dissolving into the wall itself as if it's being yanked at high speeds, but you have been warned by this attack. You can cancel the power now if you'd like.
Yeah, I can unpossess the object.
Yes.
But consider, he's on the walls!
He's in the goddamn walls!
By golly, it's in the walls.
As Quake pops out, the tumor just disappears into one of the supporting structures. Quake, you are reasonably certain that if you hadn't had that heads up, that you wouldn't have been able to cancel the power in time to hop out before you were dragged in.
What are you guys doing over there?
Can I see it?
You cannot. You just saw the tumor that you were initially floating. Something just yanked it into the structure. the same way the Goliath kind of melted into it.
I can emulate others perfectly, which means I guess I could change my scent too. So, what if I just change my scent to Charlie?
Go
Or
for
just
it.
change my entire. Well, actually, I don't know Charlie. I will change into the Nazi that I met when I was escaping hell.
I caused big problems changing to bomber.
Ooh, I know. I'll just change into Carrie Ling.
Yeah, you reek of fucking Old Spice aftershave and cigars.
So nothing's changed.
Yeah.
I just smell stronger of cigars now. You guys, wait a second. Why does it smell like more cigars? Why is there an air of self-importance?
Oh no, that's just Quake.
That was always there, the fool.
Relentless pong of.
Now the issue is, you guys are reasonably certain you might not be able to see it next time it tries to pull this shit. Now the admin office is right at the end of the hall here. You just go down, bank a left, do what you need to do. But you might need a plan for the next time this thing comes at you. Any ideas?
Once again, Gallant will just be like, "What are you guys doing over here?"
There's there's something in the water, Gallant. Can you just make the water evaporate?
No.
Oh, okay.
Something like that's not really in my power. Mostly just punching and stabbing stuff, being really strong, cool armor, you know. What do you mean something's in the water, though? It doesn't sound particularly friendly.
Nope. Just tried to eat me.
There seems to be something that is damaging our perception of it. Brooke moves in and out of the walls here. It potentially is actually just part of them rather than flowing in and out of them, like some sort of roving section of whatever it is coating over the walls in this room.
That's pretty weird.
Does anything
I saw a
happen?
ghost guy in the other room, but I don't know, like, what we. I feel
Yeah.
like.
Try attacking the meat and see what happens.
Okay. I'm just gonna stab the tumor that is in the wall now, or is it back in the way? What happened?
So there's meat everywhere. You can stab into the wall where the meat was, and that happens at. Well, it happens fast enough. So, what's going to happen is you're going to stab in, and then the second you do, a Goliath hand is going to punch out and attempt to grapple you into the wall.
Oh, okay. What did it get?
Well, okay, so here's what it has. On its hyper body. Sorry, I had to look up something real fast. The
You're good.
hyper body is 10 tens, not 9s like normal. And it has something called mag locks, which is when it makes a check to grapple someone, they have to make basically an opposed endurance check. Unless they have 6 or more command, it's basically just due to the pain of it like crushing your arm in a certain way. You have to make a stability check in addition to the brawling check. Otherwise, you're shaken for a round. You're going to take some penalties.
And if I don't make that command check, I can still break out of the grapple.
You can, but you're going to be stunned for that first round.
That's fine. I'm just gonna break. Wait, I'm immune to. Does any of my immunities help with this?
Are you?
I'm immune to pressure.
You know what? Did you come in here with pressure on?
Yeah, so right now I would probably have Machine Plague, the Unmatched Power of the Sun, because we said that was like heat and a bunch of other ones.
Yeah, that's a good one to be immune to.
Hyper Charm is usually on. What Pressure, Machine Plague, Unmatched Power of the Sun,
I'm gonna
Hyper
say
Charm,
since you
we'll
have-
call.
Pressure and the Machine Plague and the pressure magic power of the sun on, that you would be immune to the pain aspect of it. Yeah.
Cool.
So
I
you just
figure
gotta be-
that
I guess the last thing I'll be immune to for right now is aging, because that was the one I had to turn on to get my arm back to normal.
Yeah.
I like that Gallant basically just Supermans it. When you become more powerful based on things that even things that do kill you. We got to find a reason for you to stand next to Urban Decay for a couple
Don't
of
you
minutes
mean-
because that's going to be such a good immunity to have.
Don't you mean Doomsday?
Yeah, it's more like Doomsday.
I don't
I'm just
know.
constantly. Doomsday is the villain from Superman,
Us.
where it comes back over and over again, but every time it comes back, it's completely immune to what you used on it before.
I didn't even know the character.
Okay. So you have for brawling. Do you still have 10/10s or is that less?
I have 10/10s because
Okay.
I don't need to waste anything.
Got it. So you guys are stuck in a stalemate. It can't really leverage anything, but you also can't break out of its grip.
I will stab it in the back.
So you can't see its back right now. It's just the arm. Does that still work?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I was almost going to put that flaw in, but I was like, nah, I don't need it.
I'm so glad you didn't. Quake, how do you stab this thing? What do you do?
I'm gonna just drop my dagger on it, and then it should explode with like green hellfire out of it.
All right, yeah.
all
Quick, just-
over, and
quick-
then basically electricity should shoot out of the dagger down to his legs.
Yeah, you guys see Quake just casually walk up, raise the dagger, drop it into the arm. It sinks in, and you see thousands of screaming souls from hell, lightning from the soot clouds, unearthly green flames just dance within this thing's arms as you hear it scream.
That's endless on it. So, good luck, buddy.
It has a few rounds still, because these things are ungodly tough. It hasn't broken its grip, strangely enough. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this.
Does it have willpower? Because if so, it needs to make a trauma check too.
Remember Machine Spirit Immunity?
Oh, machine spirit immunity. That's right. I forgot.
I don't know if you guys remember this. There were originally 3 of these things wandering the center hallway.
Yeah.
2 more arms dart out of the wall and grapple Gallant in various places.
Hot. They're going for your dick, Gallant.
I caught a big one.
Got a big one.
Hang on. They're fighting back.
So that's going to be 3 grapple checks, 10/10s on each of those. I
Yeah,
don't
so
think-
I am.
Does
I don't have
my
enough dice
attack
to
at
stop
least
them.
reduce the dice pool of the other one?
So it has.
It does have days and
So
then
days would affect if it rolled again. This grapple has duration because these things don't have a normal unarmed attack.
okay. Mine should
And-
go off before his grapple goes because I have go first. 2 levels of go.
So the thing with duration is it's already happened. It's just
Oh, okay.
It's just something I'm supposed to keep feeding, is essentially until the duration
Womp
expires,
womp.
which I think is 10
Womp.
rounds. It's fine. I don't think these things can actually hurt me if I just turn the right immunities on.
Can Hidden Sorrows help by hitting them when they can't perceive him?
Do you think Hidden Sorrows would be able to damage a tank in an appreciable way?
Let me look over how the Fate Sealer works.
it
Got
needs
it.
at least 10-6 or non-physical to do anything to tank armor, for the record.
Well, that's a fucking sham. He has.
It's fine. Gallant is going to slowly get pulled into the wall, and he's going to be like, gentlemen, it looks like I'm being brought somewhere else for a little bit. Don't worry, I'll be back. I just got to go sort this problem. Why don't you guys go on ahead?
Just turns into a southern gentleman. I've got some business over here. Don't worry.
He's supposed to have a southern accent, but it's very hard for me to stay in character when like the jokes keep getting made, so I try to do it.
You know, speaking
I'm not great at accents.
Speaking of jokes, I have a horrible idea for how Dredger could move through this hallway. So, clearly these things need to have some degree of contact to be able to target the person, right? Like, you need to either use your power on them or otherwise be... Or, like otherwise be touching or interacting with them. Hey, Chris, how much does Quake weigh?
Probably like 110 to 120.
Okay, Quake
Actually,
is...
I'm a ghost. I should probably lay less than that, right?
Quake canonically weighs 10 pounds.
Yeah, probably like
Okay.
10 pounds, honestly.
So, then if you... Dredger is weird. He's like supernaturally strong. He weighs about 110. He's just big.
Are you about to pick up Quake without consent?
I'm wondering, like, if Dredger, if we get Hidden Sorrows to just carry the both of us down this hallway, so
I can
we
just
aren't touching
teleport
anything.
To the end of it.
Okay, that's so much more reasonable than my stupid horseshit.
There's also the current thing of all three of them are busy trying to mutilate a guy who can't be mutilated.
Okay,
Like, leave me, go do something, and see if you can figure out what the problem
One
is.
of them's gonna die eventually. I mean, it's gonna be taking 20.
That
Yeah.
being said,
So,
you guys,
okay.
we're
One
moving to
dies.
the next round. I do need the rolls you guys are going to make for the... make an athletics check just to navigate the... Well, actually, you both can teleport, right?
I can
I
teleport.
Can
so
only teleport into bodies of water. I'll make an athletics check.
I can
Okay.
teleport wherever the fuck I want.
So,
Oh, shit.
Gallant's just going to start stabbing one of the ones that Quake didn't stab to try to like expedite the process of him getting out of this grapple.
these things are almost healing faster than you can damage them.
Keyword almost.
Almost.
Wait, so it's healing. So I do at least 10 damage to all hit locations, and then an extra 10 to.
So
One side.
the one you stabbed, Chris, is taking damage slowly but
Okay.
surely. I'm saying the one's Gallant stabbing.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, what the fuck? How fast is this healing factor? What are we
I'll
fucking
just tell you
getting
right now.
meat slap?
They heal 17 shock and killing every round to all 8 locations.
Sick.
Yeah, you should just focus the one that I am killing.
Because I have 2 hard ice and body trained athletics, and I rolled. Well, I Dredger gets 6 10s on athletics running down the hallway.
Alright, with Unnatural Grace, Dredger just fucking wall runs, does a fucking hand-based front flip, slides into the admin office shoulder, checks it open. Quake just teleports and is already there waiting for him.
By the way, for your math, the one has endless days too, so his healing should be reduced.
That's not how... Days only works on subsequent rolls
Yeah.
made. It doesn't work on rolls that are already in play.
Oh, I keep fucking forgetting that. I apologize.
No worries. We don't use it very often. So, you guys get to a control panel with a number of buttons, switches, and the growth is slower in this area. It seems to be mostly made of like the white material that you guys saw in the labs. Now the issue is there is a computer terminal. It is password locked. I'm gonna need a security systems check from someone.
Well, Hidden Sorrows is in the room with us, and guess what he has?
Did he make a athletics check
Does he need to?
to get down?
They
the
can't
hall?
find. I mean, they can't
I mean,
find him.
the obstacles are still there. He has to get over them.
Yeah, he's still
Okay.
in difficult terrain, my man.
Okay, let me see what
He's
my
not
boy.
invisible to nothing with senses.
Okay, he didn't get any matches, but I would like to offer that he got a 6 and a 9.
He does not make it.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
He will arrive
Did
next
you
round.
take your time?
That's it. Don't. Don't. That's not good in this situation. Don't do that. So,
but-
you guys can take your time in the admin office if you want to spend a round. Like going, do you know anything about getting passwords? Do you know anything about getting passwords?
Since I got the permanent perception, do I see like a sticky note with a password on it?
Can I just try admin 1?
That also works.
You put in admin 1. It denies. The computer says you have 2 attempts left.
How dare they not do admin 1? I'm gonna try one more try, guys. If you trust me.
That'll be next round. That'll be next round.
I'm going to say I don't think he's making this password a meme.
The meme is a real thing, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here I will disclose to you. I have on my phone what the password is right now, and if you guess it, I will honor that. But I also will let you guys make a security systems check to try and break it. That being said, we're gonna cut to Gallant. Gallant, you are being sucked into the wall. 3 Goliath units pulling you at once. You are just pulled in.
Yep. So
Um,
first thing that happens as I go into the wall and there's no longer like available air is the immunity to aging is going to go away, and the immunity to drowning / suffocating is going to kick in.
Okay, excellent. Weirdly enough, you do not feel as if you are in a pillar or in a floor. You are floating in a vast, limitless void. Still feels like blood almost. Still has that kind of distinct rusty coloration. But you don't feel the pressure you normally feel when you're being submerged. And as you're in there, you feel warm, you feel smothered. You don't smell anything, you don't really see much of anything, but you can hear things. You hear a whisper. I'm gonna need a stability check. This one's gonna be very difficult. If you want to ignore it, it's gonna be a base
Is
roll.
it trying to convince me to do something the Overkin wouldn't want me to do?
Let me put
Because
it
if
this
it's
way.
an external
This stability
source
check
trying to...
is for the Overkin's sake.
Interesting. I just have immunity to external hypercharm sources,
This is not
I don't know.
Hyper Charm or Hyper Command.
in which case I have nothing. 2 dice. Let's see how the Overkin does to this noise. I do have immunity to sound, but I'm assuming that doesn't help either.
It's not really sound, no.
A 6 and a 9, nothing.
Nice, but yeah.
One day it'll be enough.
So you can. I will say this comes on in stages, but you can spend a base will to buy yourself around if you would like to.
Can I get like a hint of what's happening before I make the decision?
Yes, absolutely. The Overkin. You know how it's a being from another universe?
Mm-hmm.
Its connection to this universe is being subverted. Something is following the line back up, essentially.
Okay.
And
That's true.
the images you're getting are like images of dye being added to water. Something about the Overkin would fundamentally change if it reaches back to the source. Not in a positive way. It's like blood being added to water.
And does it think it can get itself immune to this sensation given more time?
Maybe. It's possible. It might be more time than you have willpower, though.
said to burn a base will, right?
Yeah, it could either a base will or 10 willpower.
I have 6 willpower, so I will burn a base will because the Overkin seems worried.
All right. So as you burn that base will, the Overkin is overwhelmed. Essentially, it's on the fritz. You feel it. You feel it like digging into your skin and bone. You feel it clawing into your mind. You feel not pain as you recognize it, but pain nonetheless. And the sensory filtering that's been going on this entire time begins to flicker.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Gallant is going to start being, like, not screaming because he's used to pain, but he's going to start muttering to himself and the Overkin. Hey, buddy, it's starting to get pretty weird. I don't like this.
Almost as if it feels like what you see is, imagine you are deep underwater, and a thunder clash, or a crash of thunder and lightning illuminates the sea above you, and you see something large beyond, bigger than size itself, swirling, writhing in the distance.
Spooky.
So that brings us back to the admin office. Hidden Sorrows is going to roll up this round. How are
My
you?
boy can roll security systems.
Yeah. I don't think you guys are aware of him, but you guys can make your own security systems check if you'd like.
I'm gonna do a look around for the password first, but if they don't find anything, I'm gonna try password 1.
Okay.
Soros did get 3 9s.
Okay. Sorrows can see previous passwords attempted. I'm gonna say he got in right as you tried admin 1. He's gonna nod. He's gonna go with the most sacred of all secondary passwords. He's gonna put an admin 2. Hit enter, unlocks.
Okay, I need you to know that's what I would have guessed, but I didn't think you would go for it.
Son of a bitch. Should have been admin whatever year it was.
Then I'd have to set a firm year, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so you see immediate warning labels buzzing up, saying biological breach in the cybernetics lab. Do you want to purge foreign contaminant, or do you just want to suppress the quarantine notification?
Seeing the computer magically change, Dredger will look over this and asks to Quake, do you believe there's anything of value in that room that would be destroyed by this?
I don't think so.
Dredger will then just kind of say, look around a little bit and say out loud, purge the contaminant.
All right. You see the hallway bathed in fire.
Okay.
Ethereal blue and white flames just scour the meat. You hear screaming coming from inside of your mind. No stability check required. Gallant, you feel heat wash over you. You are.
Oh, good. I was getting chilly.
The
It's a
next
good
thing
thing I'm immune to the unmatched power of the sun, or this might be dangerous.
The next thing you know, that shape in the distance snaps alive, and just for a brief moment, you know in the depths of your bones, oh God, it's coming for me. And the next thing you know, you are just back on this linoleum floor on fire.
Ugh. like he shakes his arms trying to get like the goopy feeling out of his body, but it's not going to go away. He's like, that was very gross, Overkin. I don't like that. He shivers down his spine. He's going to stand up. The fire's still on him and still burning, but it's like doesn't do anything. So he kind of like tries to wipe it off. It's a weird fire. It's not. How's it
I have a thought occurs to me that I should have asked about before. So is the contaminants all gone now?
Yep, you just see a bunch of the bodies of researchers fused into the walls, perfectly calcified.
And the contaminant was relatively important to the structural stability of this part of the facility.
Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah, the hallway's collapsing. I'm gonna need athletics checks from everyone.
Can I just teleport instead of? Can I just teleport instead of athleticsing?
Absolutely.
Then I will teleport.
Wait, why did Hidden Soros can teleport? What the fuck? Why did I do this? Guy forgot. What the
Sometimes Hidden Soros
nines.
forgets that he has superpowers and people aren't just ignoring him.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, you know what?
I don't think Quake believes that Hidden Soros is real. He's just she just believes that like Dredger has a lot of powers. He just
He just doesn't.
yeah,
Or
he
like
just
he's schizophrenic.
yeah, he's just schizophrenic. It's a normal thing at this point.
The important thing to know about Hidden Soros is in his backstory, Mammon Gray is actually honestly sorry for him.
Yeah, one of the few people Mammon Gray was like, I'm going to give you a job, not for my benefit, but for yours.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no deal. Mammon just feels so bad for him. It's like the one guy.
So as you all teleport back onto that central platform, quarantine
Gallant,
lifted.
for the record, just kind of walks back as like things are hitting him, and he's just ignoring it because he's basically immune to physical trauma. What is going on in this hallway? I feel so weird. I don't like it.
Do you swipe anything from the lab on your way out, since you are just fast enough to not care?
Yeah, sure. I'll pick up anything that survived the fire bath, I guess.
Well, there's
reasonably
three things
I can
in the. There's research documents on like Laserdisc. You have the 3 objects that are in the containment cells in the research lab. If you want to break those out.
Can I do all, or is it one or the other?
You'd be able to pick one.
And Hidden Soros pick one since he has the very fast teleport and the carrying capacity.
How fast the teleport?
Let's see. What the hell? I fucking forgot what. Wait, is that? Yeah. Teleport is. Okay, now the teleport is slow. That's unfortunate.
Nope. Then yeah, you only can get out.
I forgot what I named this fucking power. Don't let the door hit you. All of Hidden Soros' powers are insults people yelled at him but the day he got his powers.
I think I'm not 100% sure Gallant is going to know what like a floppy disk even looks like.
No, it's like a laser disc. It's like a big CD. It's shiny.
What do the things in the containment cells look like? Do they look cool? Because if they look cool, Gallant would definitely.
Well, you got a half brain, half metallic implant. You got a TV that looks like it's a giant eyeball, and you have what looks to be a radio. Someone stuffed with ground beef.
I would personally say the brain one is probably the most useful given what we learned about it.
Yeah. How many am I confident I can?
What?
Can I grab all of them or just one of those?
No, just one.
Okay. Then I will go for the half machine brain thing.
All right. Gallant just taps the glass. It fucking disintegrates. Reaches in, casually grabs it. The rebels basically falling in slow-mo around him as he just casually walks out.
It's the Quicksilver scene, just.
Hell yeah. I hope we haven't destroyed the thing Mammon wanted here, because I remember him like saying we would know it when we saw
I
it.
think it's in the basement. He said it was specifically in the basement,
Okay.
and then we would know it when we saw it.
Okay.
All right.
This is all just trying to get there.
So, what you have picked up is the cybernetic machine plague. What this one does, it's machine biointegration is technically its formal name. What this is it basically unlocks a project that lets you do organic machine integration, such as, getting the Mark IIIs to work with the waterlogged, for example.
Ooh.
So this is both very convenient for us and also Poseidon Energy is like fucking Christmas for Dr. Krabs.
Yeah, pretty much.
If he weren't so fucking fragile, we should have brought him with us. He'd be so happy.
Actually, Dr. Crab is busy right now working meticulously on Omega.
You guys get back into the main hall. Santiago has worked his way out here. There are now 12 Garys. It's 12 Garys versus 1 Santiago in a game of 3D Scrabble.
Gary is still losing.
Wait, what's 3D Scrabble?
So you can stack tiles on top of each other, but they have to still work.
God, is that a thing?
I have no idea.
Yes, it is actually a game. So the way it functionally works is you can do exactly what Sam said, but then the new word overlaps the old word for future plays.
Yes.
Okay, Jesus, that makes my head hurt.
It's a lot simpler than it sounds. It's basically just you play Scrabble, but like there you can stack things up to, I think it's 3 or 4 times. Like there is a height limit, but you can stack words to that limit. So like part of the game becomes trying to stack the easy words out of the way so people can't just play on those.
Okay. I like that.
Fun.
It looks like Santiago is holding his own. He is rubbing his temples, and like you see the beginning of a nosebleed as the 12 Garys get like a fucking think tank going.
Dredger will look at this and yell out, "This is hardly fair."
The Garys turn around and go, I know! He's kicking my ass! Santiago puts down 6 tiles, goes, if you're gonna speak one language, you better speak it fucking well. As he puts down Zizagy as a fucking word, and Gary just fucking kicks over a chalkboard.
Does Scrabble even have enough Ys for that?
It does now.
Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you like to know, Waterboy?
Aww.
So yeah, as everybody else teleports out, you just see Gallant like walking, covering the brain, so as the debris hits him and knocks everything like else out of the way, he kind of like is jumping up with loose pieces of just the floor and ceiling to get out, and he kind of lands gracefully and then just stands up and goes, I stole this. I mean, saved this.
One of the Garys is gonna nod and go, that's very cool. He's gonna dump out the Scrabble bag, open it up a little bit, just put it in here for safekeeping.
Sure thing, Gary. Taps that one on the back.
You just kind of slurp the brain cybernetics into the bag. He just goes, ew, ew, ew. It seals it up with like a fucking stapler. Ew, ew, ew.
Yeah, it's gross, right? It's gross.
No, right? I think it's moving. I don't like that.
Yeah, it is moving. I confirmed it was moving on the way out.
I don't like that.
It's pretty neat, though. It's not the weirdest thing I saw in there.
He's gonna feel someone tap him on the shoulder.
Yeah, what's up?
No, there's not anyone there when he looks.
Oh. I always fall for that fucking joke.
Hidden Sorrows is really upset that he used the stapler without asking him.
Hidden Sorrows looks, it's his fucking stapler.
It's my staple.
He got the fucking fate sealer.
He got the fucking fate sealer somehow.
So, for reference, should I describe what the fate sealer looks like?
Yeah.
Hidden Sorrows has a weapon. It's a giant stapler. It's about 3 feet tall, or 3 feet long, matte black, with the word "yeah" engraved on the top of the stapler in shiny red metal copper plate. There isn't anything else noteworthy about it except it has a gigantic QC pass sticker on the bottom labeled from Chuck. Like, Chuck said it was good because he's the one who quenched it in the blood of those killed in training at the Stapler Dojo.
Nice.
Gary's gonna look down and go, "Where the fuck did I even get this?" And he's just gonna throw it off the edge.
Oh no!
Yeah, Gallant's just gonna reach out and snag it and be like, Gary, what did we say about throwing away stuff?
That everything is useful and it's not hoarding, it's a coping mechanism.
Wait, does this mean that if he could use it at his own, does this mean that he knows that he has the skill? You already know the Ding Shu Ji Ji Zhanzhou Yishu?
You'll have to find out.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Alright, so the elevator is now unlocked and able to be used.
We did it! We saved the day, Patrick.
Gary's gonna go over and go.
My name is Kevin.
Gary's gonna
Gary?
awkwardly extend a hand and go, "I'm Gary."
Gary? Gary?
Yeah?
Let's go. Let's go take the elevator. What are we doing? Is Santiago coming, or are you going to go live down here?
Santiago's staring at the Scrabble board going, "I'm gonna be a minute."
So he's decided to live down here. Alright. Bye forever.
I forever.
Once the elevator goes up, it never comes back
Oh
down.
no, you're going down another level, buddy.
Oh, we're going down to level.
It's a
Once
tiered
we
lab,
level-
my man.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
going to the
God.
basement. That's where
Another tier! Woo!
You
It's the
fuckers thought
song
we were
that-
close to done. So,
You said this was going to be a quick session.
Yeah.
And there's a fucking tier.
yeah!
Session of 17 hours.
It took us
More-
3 sessions to do the first.
Do you guys not like adventure? I love adventure.
I love adventure, but I don't think his perception of how long things take remotely fit into one.
Fucking Charlie time.
I did legitimately
Charlie.
think all of this could be done in one session. Anyway, so as you guys descend, this elevator's strange. It's exceedingly ornate. Black obsidian tiles, slabs really line the floor of this elevator with gold grout lining it. Instead of the normal like hollow pads for the little control, it's gold leaf, black cast iron, elaborately adorned, engraved, and just artisanally crafted.
And it's funny, and then there's a schizophrenic, a scary ghost, and then an insectoid.
There is only one button. It points down.
I hit the button.
The doors close. The elevator begins.
wait.
Yeah.
I put the stapler on the ground, and then I look around and go, if you're real, I think that's yours. And then I get on the elevator.
Just as you turn around, you see the stapler just disappear into thin air.
Oh, I knew he was real.
Why is Gallon acting like a kid who just found proof of Santa Claus?
That's what he is.
Quake's over here thinking she's an intellectual. That's just his power. Just thinking that's just the schizophrenic's power.
You, Santa believer, me, an intellectual. So as you guys get onto the elevator, I'm gonna need a streetwise check from anyone who thinks they would know city history.
Absolutely not. I was born in the fucking Market Street, so
Oh, you
probably
get a bonus
not.
dice to this then.
What?
You would.
I'll
Would
try
I
to.
know
Most
city
of this-
history if I've lived here technically my whole life and I was in the
2
ring?
6s, Sam.
Yeah, I'd say you can make the check, Galen. So, Tom, unfortunately, I don't think.
Oh, I still rolled for it.
Fair enough.
I got 2 7s.
Okay. This does not jive with the rest of Poseidon energy. This is something else, something external. Chris, Market Street may not know a lot about what goes on in the greater city, but they have insight into one faction in particular. The Founders. The guys who made this city. This construction reeks of their handiwork.
This is founder tech.
Treasure does not look at all happy thinking back again to fucking Vargas and the Floss Vacuum.
Yeah, here's a Dasani water bottle that can end universes. Have fun. So as you guys descend, powerful ultraviolet light bleaches out the sapphire crystal windows, allowing you to overlook the veranda. You see a massive white wall with 3 oversized humanoid figures, like sculptures almost, gesturing to like 3 corners, forming a triangle with their outstretched arms.
Are these figures anyone recognizable, or
3
Maiden, Mother, and Crone?
They look more abstract than like supposed.
I'll be right back.
They look like they're supposed to represent an ideal rather than a specific person.
okay, but like, are we doing like the classic Trinity goddess thing, like the Maiden, Mother, Crone, or
Like a poorly understood Greco-Roman with a splash of Art Deco.
okay? Yeah, this whole place seems like it's a little overwrought. The founders could have. Well, I guess if the founders had toned it down, the city wouldn't be the way it is.
So, as the elevator hits the ground floor, you see the singular button pop out, turn 180 degrees, pop back in, so it now forms an up arrow.
Oh, I like that actually. That's a neat mechanism.
You hear a 3-tone ding, 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 as the elevator slides open. You felt not a single bit of movement, you felt not a single shake, and the doors are silent as they open. You are facing the wall, framed by the 3 figures.
May I have some information from my permanent perception, please?
Yeah. In Latin, on the tile above it, it says archives.
Okay.
And a small plaque off to the side, you see Project Ouroboros, head scribe's office.
Wait a minute. That reminds me of the thing that we were doing in the one place.
Yes, this. Why scribe, we wonder? How old were the founders?
That's a good question.
Like, Ginger kind of scratches his head, wondering if he knows any of these people. I guess as step 1, head to the head scribe's office, see what, like...
So the main issue is, as you look at this wall, it is a solid plane of white. There is no door.
Alan's gonna walk up and start like feeling for like a handle.
I need to check if Chris is back before I say this.
Okay.
He's not back yet. I so rarely get a chance to use that bit.
But as like a description of what you guys are standing over, it's not like a metal grate in like the industrial sense, but the floor is borderline transparent with how much empty space is beneath you guys. It looks like very, very finely woven metallic wire. You guys are standing over a bottomless pit.
Do I have a sense of how much iron is in this place?
Practically
Richard.
none.
I
Okay,
am
excellent. Since Chris is back, as Gallant is caressing the wall, you guys hear the voice of Mammon Gray standing from beside the elevator going, could you guys please describe what you're actually seeing right now?
I will describe what I see.
Being a giant wall.
A giant wall with 3 statues, hands pointing in 3 different directions. They do not appear to match any motif we are familiar with, or perhaps Greco-Roman is not anything more specific than that. They're quite abstract. The wall they're on and the material they're made of is solid white, as if it were marble. And this room has sapphire windows, black marble floor with gold inlays. We are currently standing over what appears to be a bottomless pit with but a grate protecting us.
You see Mammon step out from the shadows manifested in the real world for one of the first times you've seen.
What does he look like?
He's still shrouded in shadow. It looks like he can carry that with him. He puts a hand up and goes, see, the funny thing is, I can see all of that, but I can only manifest in this small area, despite nominally owning the entire facility. But the damnedest thing is, I can't even see what's right in front of me right now. And it's not like I don't have eyes. I've stolen many over the years. But this is nothing. And that's disturbing for many reasons. This technically isn't part of the job description I assigned to you when you guys came here. But if you name something you want, I will provide it to the best of my ability so long as you get me whatever is in there.
Dredger has an answer here, or has a request here. Does anyone else have anything they want?
A body so that if I die, I don't, instantly destroy my soul instantly.
That's pretty good. I wasn't aware you were in that sort of a tenuous situation. Shit. Okay.
Yeah. So Gallant takes a second and then just goes, I don't really want anything per se. I mean, I already have a job that pays pretty well, a decent boss, and I get to save people pretty much every day. It's about all I could ask for, and the Overkin, well, it doesn't really like me using fancier stuff. So I'm gonna have to... Can I get a rain check on that, maybe?
Of course.
I can find something maybe that I want later? Perfect.
So long as I do reserve the right to veto unreasonable requests made after the fact, as long as you're okay with that.
Of course, sir. I would hope I would be smart enough to not ask for something unreasonable, but if so, I mean, obviously, you can just let me know.
Understood. And he makes eye contact with Quake, snaps his fingers, an ethereal, blue-green flame appears, goes, well, I can't give you a conventional body. That would violate several treaties I've signed. Sorry, I'm struggling to speak right now. I can give you a bit of a buffer. He draws a line between your soul, the moat, and some point out in the distance. If you die, this little guy here will take your place in the afterlife. It'll save you from the eternal void for a moment. And Dredger, I believe you had something to ask.
Now, Sam, I need to ask out of character. I have 3 things I could ask here, and I don't know which you think is more appropriate.
Don't don't go for appropriate. Ask which one you want the most.
Okay. Dredger will look and think about it for a moment. And then say, we would like information no, we would like aid in being more in this body.
In what way? I have many ways to accomplish that. You'll have to be specific.
We wish to have more of our powers available to us and not be so limited.
That's a big ask, but I think I can have something arranged. I'll work out the terms with you later. Now that being said, and then Alex, if you want...
Yeah, so as they're finishing up their conversations, you guys hear the horrible screeching of, like, the grinding of claws on metal. And you hear, just, like, a howl from the top of the elevator shaft.
Oh shit, he makes good time.
And then, within a few moments, you hear the hatch on top of the elevator open, and you see the giant werewolf-esque shape of Omega in his armor slip through.
There's not many things I'm scared of, but that thing, that might be one.
Yeah.
A heavy sigh comes out of his mouth, and then he looks over at Quake and says, "Good, you should be scared."
Omega, good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Ghost Man. Or should I say, Mammon, was it?
Mammon, Mr. Gray, Wednesday, they all work in my book. Now,
Wait, Sam,
Mammon.
his
Short.
third name is Wednesday?
yeah.
Is he just an Addams Family character?
I was reading like 1-to-1 American Gods on that.
I was 1-to-1ing Wednesday Addams, which also makes just as much sense.
He nods at Omega, going, I presume you would like a cut of this deal.
Well, you did ask me to come down here, so here I am. And if you're offering anything, well, and you see like the face of his little mechanical armor open a little bit. You can see him like sneering essentially, and he just says, "I am a fan of fancy things."
Tell you what, as part of the deal, temper expectations, but I will provide an insurance policy for that armor. Just if you do join this fight. Now, in terms of fancy, I do have... He pulls out... Let me look through what I have here. It's just an apple. Slightly gold in color. Looks a little bit crisper than the area around it. How's the apple of Eden sound?
Omega kind of just licks his lips and goes, "That sounds perfect, actually.
Excellent.
That's one of a kind, right?"
The only one in existence.
Perfect. And you can just hear him like... It sounds like what you could assume would be a purr from like a smaller animal. But it's menacing and creepy coming out of him.
Excellent.
Damn.
So he places the two objects, the moat and the apple of Eden, on a floating pedestal. And he goes, an Omega. He taps your armor, and you just see like a shimmer and a bit of heat spread out from its surface. You will need this. It sounds, based on the descriptions you provided, as if there is a single Cerberus unit guarding this gate. Now, that will pose a definite challenge to your group, but I believe you're up to it.
The fight's not any fun if the prey isn't worth it.
Now, I will say, you have a hell of a distance to burrow through if that wall is what I think it is. What were you able to salvage from the labs upstairs?
we had collected several singularities. We have stabilized what we believe to be the precursor for a time machine and time manipulation technology, and a matter replicator. And up above we have a object that appears to grant any individual it is installed into either a perfect machine interface or the ability to create a machine plague.
Not ideal for this particular challenge. You might need to crack one of the singularities if you want to break through that wall. I was reading through some of the documents Gary came into possession of. There's a rather fascinating document on quantum superposition pulled from the Singularity Lab. Now, I'm going to assume you're not familiar with any of the works the founders made before they met their untimely demise. A Cerberus unit, despite being 3 particular instances, is 1 unit. And unless you can destroy all 3 at the exact same moment, you will not be able to damage them. But they will be able to damage you. And if you do destroy a body, you'll need to contain the dying star in their core. Otherwise, it will get rather difficult for you.
We have had direct encounters with Vargas and can mimic his voice. Are there any control words, or will that not be enough?
A Cerberus unit is meant to guard a gate. There is nothing that will stop them from guarding that gate. You'll also need a way through what I presume to be a reality anchor, this wall. I assume it's a wall. It's something outside of this reality, so you'll need something to draw it in. A singularity might be enough, but you'll have to basically set it to maximum power and just set it free. Hopefully you'll survive.
Gallant is going to chime in and just say, I might be able to do something about the stars. I'm fairly confident the guy that we fought a while ago, Dredger, was using the energy of stars, so I should be immune to those. The armor seems to think we might be able to hold them. I don't know if that counts. You said, like, contain it.
Sorry, I have this image in my head. Get down, Mr. President. And then you jump on a fucking falling star like it's a grenade.
Well, my theory, this is like meta theory in my, real person brain, is that if the Overkin just eats the star can't hurt the Overkin.
That,
Puts it in its like pocket dimension that it exists in.
you might be venting plasma for a little while. Like the worst stomach.
It's immune to the sun already, so unless the
Galen's
star
just on the
happens to be
fucking
stronger
toilet.
than
On the toilet, and you hear, and a black hole forms. And he's like, "Oh, that felt good."
that is a question more for Sam, though.
You're pretty sure
I
you'd be
don't
able to take
technically
one
have-
sun, but he
Yeah,
said
I
there
don't
was a dying
technically
sun
have
at each of these cores, so that's 3.
Like that's too many calories for the Overkin.
Yeah, that was Gallant's proposing. Maybe he handles one, so I don't know how to handle the other two. But
Many calories are in a star.
1 gram of uranium, I believe, is like 28. What? How many calories are in uranium?
Omega is not here to help with any of that. He is just here to. Mammon basically convinced him to come because he said they're about to fight something really, really strong. And that's borderline the trigger word for Omega to do anything. Like, ooh, something fun to fight just showed up. I'm in. I have a feeling he's going to be disappointed because Mammon left out the fact that it was a robot. And the one thing Omega hates more than people are robots because they don't scream, so it's no fun fighting them.
There is one thing that Dredger needs to ask Mammon that kind of isn't relevant to this situation, but could come up if I'm back on my bullshit. Dredger will look to Mammon and ask him, we have often, in our attempts to solve these situations, weakened as we are, attempted to call the names of other beings in hopes of earning aid. We believe we may know what one of your names is. Is it amenable to you that should we have a situation we need to call that name, we call you in that fashion rather than the one you prefer?
I will be completely honest with you. Names don't hold quite the same sway they do with me, or with me as they do others, particularly my coworkers. That being said, if you have an interest in having people actually respond when you call their name, he takes out a Rolodex and places it on a pedestal. That can be arranged.
Now, do I want my beseechment bullshit to actually work, or do I want more of my powers? Shit. Ooh, that's a choice.
Hey,
This is something we should figure out. What's up?
has Gallon eaten any uranium?
He's been inside of a nuclear reactor.
Because if he eats 1 gram of uranium-235, that's 20 billion calories.
Well, the Overkin is still hungry. It's important to note, as just a quick aside, that Sam never said the Overkin was afraid, per se, of the other thing, just that it was trying to corrupt it. So, like, Gallant doesn't realize the overwhelming mass of the thing he's talking to. He just thinks it's, like, a friendly, like, some form of god that people just don't know.
Okay.
But in reality, it's like a Cthulhu-esque horror space monster.
I've heard of the Overkin. I'm gonna use my 7 hard dice and lying.
Never admit weakness. Market Street special.
So at this point, though, Omega is going to chime in. Well, if we don't know how to open the wall, then why am I here?
To get in, you simply need to ask. It'll start the trial. I suggest you be ready when you do. Otherwise, they will take you apart.
Let's ask this Gary, or the Garys upstairs, to go collect the things we need. They should know what to look for, right, Mammon?
Oh, no need. If you haven't collected them from the labs upstairs, I'm afraid it's quite too late at this point. That being said, he reaches into the darkness, grabs Gary by the throat, chucks him onto the center of the pedestal. Do with this one as you please.
Gary?
You happen to know which one this is?
The third one, made. Specifically, the one who played Cat in Scrabble and was really mad about it.
Well, that's the best he brings to the table.
The Gary goes, "Look, we had bad tiles, okay?" Mammon Gray lights a cigarette, goes, "You could have spelled cantaloupe." Gary stops for a second, counts, goes, "Fuck."
Gallant's going to chime in. Gary, we're getting a little off subject. As important as your Scrabble game is to me, we need your help getting the list of things that we need to not die going into the next room, I suppose.
Well, sure. What's a... Oh my god, that's a Cerberus unit.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to... Can we drop this into, like, the bottomless pit? Can we... we need to not be here. We need to go.
Well, there's something we want behind it, so we kind of need...
Yeah, of course there is. It's a
singularity.
Cerberus unit. We're not getting past it.
Omega's going to step forward and go, I can get past anything if you give me enough time, so why don't you do your damn job before I decide you're more useful as calories for my body?
Alright, do you have a singularity? I remember we had a couple. We'll need a suicide bomber. basically. And that's just... Mam's gonna chime in. The wall's a reality anchor. The wall's a reality... Oh my fucking god! Okay, so we physically... I'm guessing the Cerberus unit is an anchor point. We need to destroy it if we want to get through the wall. Otherwise, the wall is just going to be indestructible forever. You guys are... So the second that thing turns on, each of those three is going to split into three others. You'll need to make 9 attacks at the exact same time that are capable of piercing a neutron star. And I don't think we can do that.
What if it pierces a neutron star mostly?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I hear you just... I've
It's
heard
out
of
of
them being
character really
destroyed,
quick,
but-
Sam.
What if we move them all into like a line and do one attack?
I mean...
Out of character really quick, Sam. How much penetration does that mean? It's 10, right?
Yeah, a neutron star is 10 hardened heavy armor.
I can
Okay, so
destroy
penetration
one.
doesn't even matter. It's just we need width, like attack widths, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. I can work with that. And it's going to be 9 attacks at the same time?
Yes, that translates to... That needs to be 9 attacks on the same hit location at the same width on the same round.
Do we need question? Can we like put them like fold reality so they're all in the same point?
Yeah, you could certainly try.
Gary?
I mean, if somebody succeeds at that, Omega can definitely kill them all in one hit.
I could do.
Kill them all.
Yeah,
Make it
Quake
so
or
long.
Alpha.
You know, I can remember one character who did talk about these. Trudger will offer up to no one in particular. We once met when time was broken, Vargas, and he did bring these up in passing and mentioned some ideas he had for getting past one. Given we've access to the time machine upstairs, is it possible we could create a situation where we could speak with him?
I mean, we could just use this false vacuum and I'll pull out a water bottle.
Vargas won't let himself be found so easily. He's... tricky, that one.
They don't heal, do they?
So... If any of them are undamaged, then they will all become undamaged. They can...
So if I just hit them all to the same level of damage, or close enough where like only one of them has a little bit less damage, they just repair to the like highest HP one of them has. Is that how it works?
Yes, they have some limited on-site, on-board repair suite tools, but those take a while to kick in.
I mean, we could also do a time thing where my attack hits 9 things at once. But I think folding reality and then
Is
would be
this
the best.
pit actually bottomless?
Yes.
We encountered Jitter kind of shakes himself when he's saying that a lot. In the warehouse, there was a broom that existed in a similar way to it sounds how these exist. And that situation was solved by throwing it into an arbitrarily large space. Surely we could just push one of these down the pit or push them all down the pit and they will not be able to return.
If you think you are physically capable of moving something in superposition, by all means try.
Peter looks over to Omega.
You used a word I don't understand. Superposition means nothing to me.
Gary's gonna go... he's gonna, like, sigh, but then, like, cut it short because he's pretty sure Omega's gonna kill him. And then just go... it means... So when something's... Founders like using words wrong. It's really funny and I hate it, but basically...
Get to the point, little one.
You're not going to be able to move them individually. Any force exerted on one can be ignored. If you want
Can
to
I move them all at the same time?
Yeah, if you apply the force in the same direction at the same time to all...
Yeah.
All of
Alpha
them
is going to, at that moment, size shift up 4. And then kind of look over and try to see if he's big enough to grab them all at the same time, theoretically.
Maybe.
I feel like this is possible. We'll just need to keep them together in a tight group.
Gary's
I
gonna
should
nod
be
and
able to
go,
grab all of them.
Oh, wait. He looks to Mehmet. Are these the ones that stop time? Mehmet's just going to shrug his shoulders. I can't see him.
I can't see them. That's such a great move. Just, I don't own these things, so I can't see them. It's weird.
I wonder if, like,
Worst
for
case
once-
scenario, does the 10 hardened hard armor prevent the engulf acid attack that I have?
Yes. These things don't just rely on the superposition for invulnerability. They got some tricks.
Is Dredger's 10 hardened heavy armor enough that he might not be killed by getting hit once?
Possibly, yeah. You're still
Okay.
it's turned
I feel
on
like
by
the only
iron,
way to
right?
know.
It's turned
Sorry,
on by
keep
iron,
going.
right?
Yeah, it's turned off by iron.
All right.
I don't know. I feel like the only way to really know if we can beat him is to try fighting him for a couple rounds.
Yeah.
So Omega's going to say, I couldn't tell you. I can only tell you that I'm very confident that I'm stronger than at least one of them, probably all of them, but I'm unsure if I can hurt them out as well. I'm pretty sure they won't be able to hurt me, and I'm not sure I can hurt them based on what I'm being told. But the only way to find out is to go hit them. So, is there anything else we should gather before I step over there and wake up Sleeping Beauty?
I still think the idea of putting them all into one, like, superposition would be a great idea.
Well, you do have a singularity if you want to try that. The issue is you then have to detonate a singularity.
Gallon can eat the singularity afterwards.
And we are unsure if Gallant can survive a singularity.
I know.
Yeah, I was beside that's one of the few things the Overkin isn't sure it can do. And it doesn't want to test it, which is rare, so Gallant is not going to agree to that. We could just have a wolf run it over, because they are sticky.
Actually, how many wolves can you have at once?
Infinite. He spawns 10 every time he swings his arm.
Okay, so you're just over there fucking windmilling it. Do you think you can make enough wolves that we could, like hide behind...
One of my ideas was literally just, I'm going to swing 17 times in the first round and have 170 wolves go over there and do something about it.
Okay.
But if the acid does nothing to them, then that's useless. So then that would just be 170 bodies. But I don't know if they have like area attacks or not. So again, it's kind of pointless to guess. The only way I can start accurately measuring what I can do is if I go fight them, because I have no info on anything here.
Hmm.
Like Omega is fairly juiced right now. Like he literally has 31 die in his brawling pool. Sorry, 32 die in his brawling pool.
That's pretty good.
I can swing 16 times in one round, theoretically. And they're all guaranteed to hit.
Jesus fuck.
And they all hit at speed 7 attack with 13, and they have engulf, so it hits your entire body. And that's not including the bonuses from size shifting up 4, which I have no idea what that does.
Increases knockback against targets you hit, decreases knockback against you, turns off certain defenses on certain creatures.
Yeah, so generic, decent stuff. The only reason he did that is because they said I need to hit all 9 of them at the same time. So
Okay. Yeah, I think
I'm
we just
fairly confident we will win. It's just I can't be sure until we start fighting to do some math.
I believe in every story I've ever heard about Alpha and the fact that Omega is much scarier than Alpha was.
I'm confident we should fight here, but I want to make sure that we're not missing something that we're supposed to be doing beforehand.
Is there a way to like use time to multiply you like they did with the ghost chains, so that there's 9 of you all making the same attack at the same exact time?
I don't think so. I think we're not allowed to use the singularity because it would kill us, and the only reason
That was the singularity. There was the time crystal, the chrono crystals.
You guys used all the ones you had available to stabilize the time crack.
Thought we had 3 left.
There were
No, we
3
threw
in
those
there,
into the time
and
crack
then you took 3 to stabilize it. And the ones that were out were turned off when you hit the emergency stabilizer.
because they weren't stabilized themselves yet.
Wait, didn't I stabilize one of them at the beginning?
All the ones you stabilized were used on the time crack.
Got it. Okay.
We can
Alright.
generate more now, but it's going to take time.
That seems
So-
like it would be better in the long run.
And our options are we can try to fight now with. The thing that I'm like, the reason I'm not saying we should just start it now is because I feel like there's something I'm forgetting, and I was hoping one of you guys was going to remember something that we have upstairs that we should bring down. Because unless we like the singularity doesn't do anything as far as I can understand.
How mechanical are these things?
It's hard to tell.
If you push them all down the bottomless pit and then throw a singularity down there, I guess that's...
I feel like the bottomless pit is the answer by itself. We don't need to waste a singularity because it is in fact bottomless, and unless they can fly, they'll just fall forever. The trick is if I can hit all 9 of them over there at the same time.
I guess
That's
it also
another one that is
depends
just
on like what the
and we
dimensions
hit
of
all of them.
yeah.
Because if
What
they
if-
have split and then spread out, we're screwed. So I'm also like kind of tempted to not have anybody, but
Okay.
I don't know how deadly they are, so I don't want people like. But Chris has like infinite healing, so he's not really.
Yeah, but if I do go down, I'm dead permanently. There's no way to revive me.
So then maybe we send just Omega in to test the waters and see if like it's even possible to do anything. I don't know. How do you guys want to play? Do you guys want to go in?
Let's send Omega in to begin with, and I believe in Omega.
I still think we need to use something from up above, personally.
Omega's gonna turn to Gary and I just clarify. So the singularity will or won't work on the monsters, or the
It'll
chimera.
work
or
if you manage to get them all. But again, if there's even one that escapes its radius, the Cerberus is indestructible.
How big is it gonna blow up?
He looks down at it. Probably enough to eat this platform, but again, Cerberus units they're smart and fast, so I don't know.
We do something
they're-
with a 3D printer.
They're smart. How long would it take to wait for one of the chrono crystals to work?
You'd have to get a full Gear Boy project on that one to start manufacturing them using the schematic you got.
Got it. Okay.
I'm going to go fight them now.
What about the
Alright.
3D printer? I remember we had the 3D
Yeah.
printer on the first day.
Yes. So that's.
I mean, considering that we purged it of its systems because we
Yeah, but we have
stupid.
one tiny 3D printer that Gallon's carrying around.
Yeah.
We clone the singularity with it. I'm not trying to break this. I'm asking for like a test singularity,
Gary's
essentially.
gonna,
So I
like,
can
put it down. He's gonna turn off one of the singularity capsules. He's gonna. Do any of you guys have like a power ability so that we can power that? Wait. He turns on a singularity, plugs it in like a light bulb. The 3D printer whirs to life. He goes, "Okay, I need another singularity."
Gallon will flick upstairs really quick and come back down
Okay.
with the second one.
He puts it in, prints it. Second singularity comes on. He tries to flick this one on, but it's not like siphoning. It's like it's not kicking on. He's like, I got the casing. I don't know why it's not working though.
It's fine. It was a shot in the dark anyway.
Are the Cerberus units intelligent enough that we could use that to trick them? Like, Like where we would just destroy the entire archive?
I've only read about him, man.
We're gonna go in. Well, more specifically, I. Going to
Leroy
go in.
Jenkins.
You guys would like to join me? Feel free. If you would like to sit back and learn instead of fighting, feel free as well.
I'm gonna sit back.
Mammon's gonna raise his hand. Anyone who isn't participating in the fight should get on the elevator and start heading up so that the Cerberus don't continue. Cerberuses don't consider you a target.
Okay, I'll go upstairs.
Is there any ground here that Hidden Sorrows could use to talk?
Not really. The staples would just kind of fall through.
That's a fucking shame and a half. I don't know if he brings anything to this scenario because I'm assuming the Cerberus units can't perceive him. But he's not very strong, so I don't see how that could be easily usable.
Yeah. Quake isn't useful because they can only target one thing at a time. So that's why I recommended the somehow folding space so that they're on one point. But I don't know if we have that ability here. Gary, thoughts?
We can't reliably fold space and time without a graviton field. We could turn on a singularity, create a collapse, but that might be making more problems than we solve.
Can you make a graviton field from this 3D printer?
Wasn't there a graviton field going on upstairs?
We had a graviton field generator paper somewhere, didn't we?
You had some papers from the Singularity Lab, but we didn't salvage that before the Singularity went critical.
Okay, here, final question before I officially want to kick this off, because I feel like we have nothing to go on, so we just have to test. If Omega goes in and starts losing and leaves, will the Cerberus units chase him, or will they stay here to guard the gate? Would either of them know that?
They can do both. They can just, as long as they keep one here, they exist within about 30 yards of, well, a bit more than 30 yards of any particular manifestation. They can teleport between freely.
So if we go all the way back up the elevator shaft, is that...
They would just probably keep, if whoever they see here, they will keep one Cerberus unit somewhere around here, and then they're just going to send the rest out to pursue you until they kill you.
Okay. So there is no, well, I mean, there is running away, but eventually they catch up.
Chris, does Quake have a size shift on their shape change?
The Cerberus units? No, they don't have alternate forms. Not to any...
No, I'm asking Chris if... Chris, do you have a size shift on your...
No.
Okay.
I can move I can possess objects, move them, and then I have the one-shot ability. And
Omega is the only one that has a size shift, as far as I know.
Now, I will say, Mammon is offering insurance on your armor, and do remember that even if your wolf form is destroyed,
Yeah, I'm not super worried about Omega dying. It was more just like running away becomes... I guess they would think he's dead after his wolf form goes down, so it's not the end of the world. At least the first time. They'd probably figure it out the second time.
Probably.
Alright.
Omega
is going to go fight.
Wait, how long would it take to make a graviton field, Gary?
He puffs out his cheeks, goes, I don't know, a week or two.
If we waited a week and did this, would that be good?
You guys don't really have an accurate assessment of its abilities, so personally, I'm on board with letting them maul the wolf and see if he wins. I don't support dogfighting for obvious ethical reasons, but if it's gonna happen.
Okay. I was just trying to give us a sure win.
Yeah.
I was just trying to give us a sure win.
Omega kind of chuckles, and then he turns to Gary and claws his face enough to leave a scar, and then he whispers in his ear, "I like you, Gary. You are officially my favorite."
Gary's gonna reach into the scraps of his face, pull out a tooth, and go, "I didn't know the Scourgeon turned off my ability to feel pain. This is not how I wanted to find out that information."
Okay, I will go upstairs. Whoever wants to go upstairs with me.
Dredger will join, and Hidden Sorrows is not still. He's still on the platform.
Hidden Stars is still on the platform?
Yeah.
Alright, excellent. Okay, that leaves Omega, Hidden Stars, no one else is staying?
Gallen's gonna go up to the other area too, because it seems like he's unwanted here.
Sorry, I meant that Hidden Sorrows is still on the elevator platform.
Got it. Okay,
Unless you think he should be here.
I'm not offering that information.
I kind of want to
Omega.
see Dredger here, just so I can see Dredger turn to paste again.
I feel like this is a pace thing that he wouldn't be able to come back from, and while he can auto-revive, the situation for that is kind of inconvenient.
As everybody else gets on the elevator, Omega's just gonna turn to them and say, if I'm not back in, let's say, 10 minutes, just assume that they got me. Don't worry about it too much. I'll be back later.
Alright, as the elevator slowly ascends, from the sapphire window, you see Omega stride out to the center platform. Omega, how do you declare your intent?
He's just casually walk into the room, crack his knuckles, and then before the thing can even turn on, he's going to attempt to grab it and just yeet it into the hole. Or actually, no, because if I throw it, it might split. He's going to grab it, so he's going to run out and
So
grab
this
it, and then
is
attempt to run
currently
it back.
three units. When you start, each of those 3 units are going to split into a further 3.
Can I grab all 3 of them in the first round before they wake up? And try to move them as close to the pit as possible? Using the 2,
so
claw
that'll be-
hands and then my mouth.
That'll be 3 brawling checks. So
Cool.
that'll be 2 multiple actions, and you'll need to make a brawling check for each of them. So 3 sets in 1 roll.
Well, they're all 10s.
Okay.
I have 32 dice. Wait,
Remember-
it's only 2 multiple actions, right?
Yeah, remember you can only how are you rolling more than 10 per roll?
Oh, okay. No, I forgot that you can only get 10. No, that's 10 per set, right? If I declare 3 separate actions, or is it...
No. If you're doing multiple actions, you're rolling the 10 and then looking for the matches in that set. So
Oh, okay.
So
In
if I
that
don't
case-
declare multiple actions and I have 10 10s, that's
Yeah.
just 1 10 10. If I declare 1 multiple action, I can do 2 sets of 5 10s.
Okay. In that case, we'll do 1 4 and 2 3s, and the... I don't know if attack value matters. I'm assuming attack value doesn't, so I'm just going to skip that math,
Yep.
because I'm just grappling them right now.
Right now, it's just penetration go first and stuff like that.
Okay. So then the penetration is just 1, and the go first is 8. So the 2 11 speeds and 1 12 speed engulf and 1.
Excellent. Okay, so as your fists hit these things, you feel an energy shield crackle around your fists. As you find out, each of these things has 10 gobble dice with interference passively.
Okay.
Jesus.
They wake up immediately. You see 2 ghostly two ghostly forms split out from each of these, and they it's like Gmod bashing with how badly they clip apart and just launch themselves. You see one of the Cerberus units just launch directly into the bottomless pit. It throws itself off the side and just starts falling.
Well, there's half my job. Well, 1/9 of my job done.
All right, I'm gonna let that sink in. They declare it since 33, so you declare first.
I will. So there's 8 left, and they're all over the place.
Yep, and remember, you need to hit all of them at the same time.
Yep. Did my brawling check create the 10 wolves?
It did, yes.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is the entirety of my posse is going to go back up within 5 feet of the edge. And our readied action is going to be anything that comes near me is getting pushed. I'm going to move out of the way myself if they try to knock me over, and I'm going to push them into the pit.
All right.
The wolves will body block anything that starts to look sketchy and like it's going to try to hit me while I'm overwhelmed.
Okay, I'll need a. So is that the push? Is that coming from Omega himself?
Yeah, the wolves don't have any stats, really, right?
Yeah, they're pretty much just
They're
the explosion.
they're basically just
Yeah.
the game plan is the wolves are there to like harry with that ability that we made, and then all of the dodging and pushing will be done by Omega himself.
Okay. You do
But
remember...
his dodge is passive. So he's just going to be focusing on the push.
Got it. You do remember that to apply force to any of them, you have to apply force to all of them at the same time, right?
Yes. The goal is all of them come over at the exact same time.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes originally.
Okay. So, you have your 10 wolves. They're spread out around the edges. I'll need you to make the brawling check then. If you want to do the shove.
Yeah. I'm thinking. I'm size shift up 4. If multiple of them come in at the same time, can I push more than one at a time, or is that still like a readied action?
I'd say you could roll, have it readied so that... So here's the thing. It's the condition you would ready for. If you expect all of them to come in at once, then yeah, you could totally go and try and push them all at once. However, if just one or two come at you, you're not going to be able to push them.
Yeah, I understand that. So the goal here is I'm hoping they all come, and readying an action for that. If they decide not to all come at the same time, then I'm going to have to come up with a new plan.
Okay. So since they have Sense 33, they declare after you ready that action?
Yep.
Which means they're aware of it. And they're just going to go in one or two at a time.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is the first one is just going to do a swipe at you. It's two of the ghostly looking ones. First one, its attack physically cannot hit you. You dodge it easily. It's just 10 nines. How much gobble dice do you have per round? Just checking.
With the wolves, it depends. But without using the wolves, it's going to be... I guess doing that brawling check made another 20 or 10 wolves, right?
Yes.
So now I'm up to 20. So I get 10 from the armor,
Mm-hmm.
and then I get 10 from my dodge, endless dodge, or
Okay.
interference dodge.
So as the two Cerberus units come at you, they swing, they go wide as you're... You know, it's as you guys look down, it's disturbing. Nothing that big should be able to move that fast.
Incredible.
You just see like the Cerberi units. They are 1 second they're at the edge of the platform. The next they've already made their attack and are jumping away. Next round, we're gonna declare. So we're up to 20 wolves, and the 9th Cerberus unit has fallen about 10 feet past the edge of the platform.
Awesome. Oh. I'm going to reach down and... I can't move any of them unless I catch all of them, huh?
Correct. Yeah.
This plan's botched already. Alright, Alpha can move... What's this divided by 4? Alpha can move at 2,000 miles per hour. Is that fast enough to theoretically hit them all at the same time? So I can try to push them all, including the one that's like 10 feet past the edge?
Movement speed wise, sure. Being able to physically make the brawling check opposed, not so much.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do here. Wait a minute, that one's technically always moving.
Yeah, but not in the
Wouldn't
same
it not
manner.
move at all?
They can allow the movement to happen.
Okay, so if I
it's a
push them at
controlled
the
effect.
falling speed of gravity,
Yeah, if you push them all with the force of gravity, then yeah, you'd be able to push them all down.
okay, in that case, I'm going to lift the entire floor. Is that possible? Do I think I can pick up the floor, like just the laminate flooring, to like try to flip them into the air so they're all moving at the speed of gravity?
So the problem would be the initial flip because you have to move them up. If you want to try collapsing the entire floor, that's a different matter.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, does the kinetic dampening, was that the first thing? Or is that different from the interference I got from the armor?
The kinetic dampening is the interference against attacks from your armor.
Okay, so I have 10 kinetic vents stored.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna smash the floor with the 10 kinetic vent. See if I can get them all to fall. I don't know if that's gonna work, though. Oh, man. This is rough just because that one flipped off the edge immediately.
Yeah.
Are they all closer together? The 8
some
that
are
are...
mounted on the wall, some are... Well, actually, no. They are all on the platform at various lengths. One is hugging the wall back towards the gate. So that's one hugging the wall, that's 7 on the platform, and that's one that threw itself off the edge.
I think I just have to attempt the brawling check, but they have gobble dice, and does gobble dice affect my total pool,
Yes.
or does it affect the roll that I make?
So the final set you roll, it's going to take from that. So like if you roll 10 tens, it's going to gobble from those 10 tens.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any way I can get past their 10 gobble dice, right?
Not unless you get really lucky with the wolves.
They're all 10s. Every time.
Every round, yeah.
No, I mean, unless I get really lucky with the wolves, what does that mean?
So wolves can make, since they're still minions, they can make minion rolls, even if they don't have a dedicated dice pool for it. The issue is each minion is just one normal dice for an action. And they can only roll in sets of 10. So you'd have to roll a set of 10 on 10 dice.
How tall am I size shifted up for?
4? I believe that's going to be about 12 feet.
Okay. And how far did it fall in one round? 5 feet?
It's at 10 feet now. It's about... So acceleration is 9.81 meters per second squared. Falling about 3 seconds. But it's about... It should be closer to like 30 feet, but I've taken some off because it had to jump. So it's about 10 right now. It'll probably be about 20 or 30 next round.
How far away is the wall from the edge of the platform?
The entire platform is about an 80-yard radius.
No, but I mean, like, the gap to the bottomless pit to the wall, how far is that?
Do you mean like if you
Like, the whole length, not the whole depth, just the length. If I wanted to get from where I'm standing to the wall.
to the far wall that borders the bottomless pit?
Yeah, that the thing jumped in.
I'd say it's about like that's definitely within range. It would only be a couple 100 feet.
I'm just trying to figure out if I can send the wolves to make a platform so the other one stops falling so I can apply horizontal momentum to things.
The wolves the wolves might not be able to move fast enough to do that.
Yeah, but as I'm moving to hit all of them at the same time, I generate 10 more. So I could use those 10 to form a platform
and janky,
basis.
but yeah, if you make like 5
Or-
body checks.
So are all of my plans, Sam. This is a terrible option. I'm already regretting this decision because there's just no way to do it feasibly. Since I thought they were all going to share the same dice pool, not because they technically are just one body that's split up into 9 pieces, where 3 separate bodies split up into 3 pieces. I thought it would be like, all right, this one has 10 interference die that it splits between the 3 bodies because it split itself.
The secret is I built the same character 27 times and built them as sidekicks.
Oh God! You sick fuck!
So, my issue is just because of the way the dice work, I will never be able to hit them if they have 10 gobble dice. Like, it's just, even if I swung all my... even if I attacked just one with maximum width, I would still miss because you would just gobble the 10 dice and then I wouldn't have any dice.
Correct.
So in order to hit them at all, I need the wolves to interact with them.
Correct.
But if I spend one more turn interacting with the wolves, I'm not going to be able to reach the other guy.
Because it'll be falling, yes.
Jesus Christ. Do you still have a singularity with you?
It wouldn't help because I can't hit them all anyway now.
Okay.
Singularity should have a huge radius.
Yeah, like, Mammon said that the archive can't actually be damaged or destroyed until these 3 are.
If you want to try it, because the singularity does have a hell of a radius. You could have Gary pass 1 to Mammon, and then Mammon could pass 1 to Alpha.
I'll leave that decision up to you. I'm still working out if I can do anything here. Besides
Leave that
that,
decision up to Dredger.
Like, that seems like it would be ultimately a bad thing and destroy most of this facility, but I guess that's not what Mammon wanted, and... because he wants the archive.
Is Mammon, like, does he seem like he doesn't want us to use the singularity? I don't think the singularity is as big as we're making it. I'm not even sure if it hits all 9 of them at the same time anymore.
It absolutely
A
does.
singularity is a fucking black hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from what Mammon was telling us, he didn't seem like he would care if we used one, so it's not going to destroy the facility.
Yeah, or at least it won't destroy the archive.
It
might
might be
leave a
worse
giant-
for you guys.
That's what I'm thinking.
You guys aren't that far away yet, so...
Realistically,
You're
the
going to
only
do
one
that, ask Mammon to make you all out of the facility.
the only one I can think who could get away fast enough is Hidden Sorrows, but
I could get away.
what's your range, out of curiosity?
Give me a second. I gotta check capacities real quick.
Alright, Sam, what about this? Since I have 20 wolves already, can I say that they were latching on? Like, they're ready to work on my body still, because I didn't technically get hit with anything meaningful?
I'll say,
Here's
10
what
because
I'm going to pitch.
the first 10 were ready yet,
1,000
so those are set.
I did spread them out. Sorry, I'm including the 10 I'm about to generate for... Well, I guess it's 10 crawling check, I declare, right?
About 1,300 yards.
So, if I swing the wolf, if I swing one on each, and then the wolves trigger the acid explosion, which is going to do 10 shock and killing, does that gobble the dice?
Is that a set? Or is that damage?
I think it's just damage, but I could also just have them bite before the attack hits. Could I do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that should start gobbling some dice.
The problem is the wolves have that on, like, Go First too, so it's not going to be fast.
It won't be, but it'll still be something.
So,
Can I declare, like, even though my Go First is way higher, can I just declare that I hit after them?
Yeah, you can choose not to use extras.
Alright, so I guess what I'm going to do in that case then is... I'm going to take... I can't even swing it more than 5, though, still. Are any close enough together where I could hit 2 of them at the same time, theoretically, with Engulf and Big Arm?
If you summon enough wolves and spread them out far enough, you could get a chain reaction going.
But I can't
Cover
catch
the-
the one. I can't catch the one that's falling.
That
Because it's
is
just
the-
going to resist.
That is the main issue, yeah.
Yeah, so if
Wouldn't it just teleport back up?
I don't have a teleport, it's just frustrated because I didn't think about the one falling being an issue.
Out of curiosity, why isn't it coming back, or can it not?
They can selectively choose to ignore their movement latch thing,
Okay.
so it is willingly falling infinitely. I don't know how it's going to get back.
They can teleport to each other.
I thought you implied there was a range for that.
What happens if that one exits? Like, is there a distance, or is it just that one will fall forever until they decide it's no longer necessary for it to fall?
Gary didn't have an answer for that one.
Like you were saying, something about 30 yards.
I believe.
You know what? Fuck it. Just give me the singularity. I'm gonna blow up this whole damn place.
Okay.
Fuck.
Gary tosses you the singularity.
Thanks, Gary. Tell Mammon to make you all leave.
I mean, Dredger can probably just get us all out of here.
Do it right now.
Yeah, Dredger will teleport everybody out. Does Mammon come with us?
The
Or does
second
he leave on his own?
the second he hands Omega the singularity, he just disappears.
Alright. That tracks.
Is this gonna destroy the whole facility or just this lower area?
Based on Omega wouldn't know, I don't think, because he wasn't around for any of the description of it. Unless you think he would have some background knowledge on it.
Probably not. Omega doesn't really give a fuck. He's just annoyed right now.
What do we, as the rest of the party, think, given on the information we've been given?
I can't remember. It was before I left for California.
I feel like this
I'm
was
fairly certain the little ones weren't supposed to be that big, but I just don't remember. Like, Gary literally said it would only hit the platform 5 seconds ago, which is why
Okay.
I didn't want to use one to begin with, because I thought he meant like the platform for the elevator. But he
I
meant
thought
like
the
whole
small one was supposed to be about the size of Jumon's ship.
Otherwise, how much it weighed.
So
Oh, that was range.
I wasn't gonna save because I didn't want to like metagame, but you know I did say it. So the small ones would delete an area a little bit bigger than the candy shop,
Yeah,
Okay.
the candy shop's not that big.
but that's the
So
area
that-
it erases. The gravity extends way further.
Okay, so we might have some trouble getting back into this location because that could collapse the entire facility. Is the time correct something we can bring with us? Is that a thing?
It is locked in that location. It's stabilized there.
I wouldn't singularity. I mean, you could just die, then come back.
The
Try
armor
again.
is also insured. Mammon did straight up give you a +1 on that one. If it's destroyed or lost, he's just gonna bring it back to the warehouse, totally, or the power plant, totally fine.
Alright. Retcon the singularity thing.
Okay.
It's pointless. We'll just say Alpha or Omega is going to attempt his 50 wolves strategy.
All right.
So I'm going to declare 5 separate brawlings. Any of the guys that are close enough together to technically, like, it's less of an attack and more of me trying to shove them all in the same direction and down.
Okay. So the wolves, you go swing, and the wolves explode with tremendous force. Like miniature, just acid bombs going off. You see some shields stripped off, It looks as if the shields are generated on an individual basis, so they don't benefit from the damage nullification.
Okay.
And you notice in the distance, the falling Cerberus unit actually did stop falling a distance down.
Okay.
It's far out of your reach, though.
It's fine. I can climb.
Now,
And I'm fucking fast as shit.
Oh yeah.
Did I hit all of them before it stopped falling, or no?
So the one that's falling, the acid is splashing towards it, but it's not quite getting there to do the damage.
Okay.
What's more concerning is as the acid hits their plating, you see the little three faces. One of them turns into like a thinking dial, and you see the coloration on the armor change as the acid stops burning. You just hear a robotic voice go, "Transmutation complete."
Neat.
So, as they're bathed in acid, the platform falling away a little bit, you see one of the Cerberus units, a part of the platform is collapsed due to the acid. You see the Cerberus unit just walking on air at this point. Around 5 of them are going to hop on you. It's initially, they have a lot of trouble getting through your armor in any way, shape, or form. You're dodging at least 2 or 3 of them completely per round. They can't even touch you. Once they get about 6 on you, that math starts to change a little bit. Their attacks start just bouncing off of your armor, to the point where it's like, you think you're in like a stalemate where it's like, okay, they obviously can't hurt me either. You see that little thinking thing start to spin up again. One of them swipes you, one of them clips the armor, and you look down, and the cold iron is now just normal iron. The weight of the iron, the weight of the armor is thrown off. The next attack, the hand just goes right through your armor into Omega. And it goes along that trend with the fight just getting worse the longer it goes on. It looks like these things adapt and have mild transmutation abilities.
How quickly can something be pulled out of the pool?
I will say, I am pretty sure there are no consequences for Omega dying right now.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm a little annoyed I didn't think to try to stop the first one from falling. I thought that would be beneficial to me, but then because of the way I set up that first push, they didn't do anything with it. I should have just declared I push all of them at the same time, trying to get them all to fall with the first one. I didn't process fully that the first one was, like, it threw itself off the edge, and I was like, oh, that's helpful, because they're all going to charge me, but then they didn't charge me. So it kind of backfired.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So, long story short...
Omega is going to, before, like, being overcome, he is going to jump off of the platform and begin falling. Attempting to grab... You said I have 6 on me, right?
Yes.
So before I attempt to start falling, I'm going to try to get all of them to be on top of me, and then I'm going to try to start falling. So I want to, like, jump from wall to wall, trying to bait them into all latching onto me and withstand that for as long as possible, and then see if I can get all 9 of them onto my body, and then let go of the wall and attempt to bring them all into the pit with me. Is that something that would work?
It seems like a pretty decent plan. As you go around, you manage to bait one into swinging at you, and since a lot of them are moving the same direction, it's going fine. You go for the 8th one, and you just stop. The Cerberus units surrounding you just lock in that point in time. and you realize if they do it selectively, they can just, if they're surrounding you in any way, shape, or form, they can just stop.
Perfect. Size shift down 1, move around all of them, grab the other one.
Nice.
Size shift back up to be touching them all.
All right.
And as he grabs all 8, he looks down at the one that's been sitting there the whole fight, and he says, I don't know if you can speak my language or understand what I'm saying, but you better get up here. I'm coming down there with your friends. And it's gonna happen eventually. It's just gonna take me a little while to figure this out.
The Cerberus unit just pivots to its feet and begins walking off into the distance, getting further away.
Yeah, that's what I'd do too. I'd be scared of me too.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to have, I'm assuming I've been generating wolves like non-stop.
Oh, a ton of them. Sorry, I should clarify.
I'm
It is
gonna have
running. You are right to go. You should be scared. It is running away from you.
Yeah. I am going to have every wolf that I have spawned, which I'm assuming is well into the hundreds at this point,
It's
drag that one down if possible. Every turn will just be me holding on to the other ones and spawning more wolves in order to be touching all of them and trying to force that last one to be affected by the same directional movement of gravity.
So as it's being pulled down, you do notice that for one step it does falter just half a step. As a wolf grabs onto its arm, it looks at you. You see all 3 turn into a spinning dial as it cleaves off its own arm and jumps back 100 feet. The next round, the arm is restored.
Okay. So then the wolves will get the order to make sure that they're all touching. I need to get... How many is it dodging at a time? Can I get a number?
So
Like,
the
out of the
issue
100,
is
did only the
at this
one
point,
touch
it is
it?
so far out, the wolves have to build out on a giant wolf pillar and then jump at it, which means barely a fraction of them are getting to it. And the Cerberus units on you are all still just stabbing you.
I have,
How much do you
permanent
regenerate per
regen.
round?
8.
That's not even enough to deal with one.
Okay. And the heavy armor and the light armor from the armor itself is negated, right?
Because they turned it into something else, yeah. They just turned it into pig iron.
Is it possible, since there's one that needs to be moved and there are 4 of us and 1 of it, that if we go down in there, we can move it before the others kill Omega?
I will say right now, I think Omega's dying next round.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 32 body, 26 head, 25 in all the other locations. So I probably live 1 round if 8 healing isn't enough to stop just one of them from hurting me. How much damage it does 1 do, Sam?
So it's gonna deal about 3 attack level. It's gonna deal about 13 shocking killing. They're all targeting the body right now. So
Okay. And I'm assuming the width is high enough where I can't use my dodge hyper die to get
it's ignoring
out of
2
the
of them.
way.
That's why I was doing the math right now. So the 10 Gobbleis from the armor, that's gone. 10 dodge, that's still there. That's negating 1, so that brings us down to 7. Goes down to it's 7. 7 times 13 to 191. That's going to be 91 shock and killing to the torso every round.
I have an idea how we might be able to externally help this situation. These things guard the gate. There's one. Where is the grate in relation to the gate? Is it right in front of it?
It's the platform up to it.
So if Dredger uses his sound cast to make it sound like the gate is being breached, can we make it so this last one runs up and falls into the pit?
So that depends on the issue. Is it's a solid white wall. What kind of sound do you think it's gonna make when it opens?
Shit.
My only thing is that the elevator made zero noise, so I'm hesitant to think it makes any sound, but I guarantee if it did make a sound, it would just be like the soft movement of air coming into or out of the thing. Like pressure changing would be the only sound I can think it would make. I like this
Okay.
idea, Tom.
Yeah, like I was thinking more like having it be breached, like we were damaged our way into it somehow. But that having it just open seems
Wait a
better.
minute, how far away is it, Sam?
The one down in the floating in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was about 33 feet down, and then it jumped about 130 feet to the side. So
how far am
the
I from it?
hypotenuse- I'm sorry, I'm using the Pythagorean theorem. Fuck. But I don't want to do this. Let's see. It's going to be about 300 to 400 feet, I think.
Cool. I am going to use this stupid ass fucking thing. So on the second wave of the wolves, if they all start falling and they're all falling down, can they stop themselves from falling down anymore?
If one of them has enough momentum in the opposite direction, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to, because I can move ridiculously fast. Hear me out, Sam. I'm going to disappear from the ones that I'm already touching, grab the chain for the chain shot on my armor, which goes 1,600 yards, and just spin this one that's not touching me fully in that, like a little chain cocoon, and then return to my position and touch all of the other ones again and see if that works. Simultaneously, while the wolves are still continuing their onslaught of just trying to bait or get latched onto the other one.
Okay.
Because now he'll be touching something that he can't physically just remove from his body, is the secondary concept.
Do you want me to also make the noise to distract all of them?
Yeah, we'll see if that helps.
Okay. Tom, make the noise.
So-
Alex, what do you? What's the width on the chain shot you got? But Tom, what's the noise first?
So, here's my
Um,
question.
Mhm.
I'm not actually using the chain shot itself. I would like to just take the chain, like, you know how you, if you have like a fucking winch, you can just pull the chain out of it?
Oh, like a lasso kind of thing.
Yes. It has 1,600 yards of
Yes.
chain. So I just want to use it like a fucking thick rope so that he will be affected by the same pull, because I'm going to keep it as taut as I can when I get back.
Give
so
me
that
an
he's
athletics
affected
check
with
with
the
one
same.
penalty dice.
Okay, it's a 10 and everything.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay, so the Cerberus units do declare after, so they can react to this. So you lasso the one. The second you do and you move, all of them stop attacking you and just jump off. They just launch themselves in various directions. Some go
So
straight
they're all
into the
falling now, right?
air.
Because we were in the air, so they have to be moving down.
You were on the. You started on the platform though, didn't you?
No, I had to go collect them because you had some of them in the air, and then they froze me in the air.
Oh, I thought you were back
So
on the
now-
platform with that.
Oh, yeah, so they're all going down theoretically because of air.
Okay.
Awesome. We're making progress. It's not hopeless, boys.
So, Cerberus Unit 2 and 3 are going to grab Unit 4 and 5. They're going to make an athletics check to throw those two up. The second they do that, you witness Gary Mod's physics in its purest form. The second they launch those two, all Cerberus units just go fucking flying in random directions.
Are there any by the gate now?
There.
I can make them by the gate with the noise.
What noise are you putting on the gate?
The noise on the gate will be just not so much a noise as just manipulation of sound in a way that creates a pressure gradient, like the door has opened, like a way is available now. The pressure in the room is noticeably changing, as if a very large gate to a pressurized space is opening.
Man, I kind of wish you had said a wet, sloppy sound. That would have been funnier.
Unfortunately, they do not respond to that, as that is not the opening noise. I'm sorry, Tom.
Fuck.
And just because I didn't want to tip my hand, that 33-yard number you quoted earlier, Chris, that was for them swapping to avoid attacks. So the actual teleport has a much higher range. I said that solely because I was worried if Alex knew about that, he would have planned around it. As the chain hits the one that was floating in the air.
Wait, what if? Because I can teleport 12, about 1,300 yards. What about the turrets in the hallways?
Oh!
Yes.
Alright, you guys are going to have to plan around that later. Because right now you're seeing Omega's chain go slack as the Cerberus unit it was around is no longer there.
Oh, I was just gonna go. No, I was just gonna say we can grab the turrets and bring them down.
Yeah, I think that's going to be for round 2.
Round 2.
Wait.
Wait,
Alright, so can
3
I still
seconds from
see
now?
all of them?
Yes, but you are now. If I understood it correctly, you should now be falling, right?
Yeah, but I can just generate wolves to touch walls.
Fair enough.
I've never been, even normal Alpha has never been in a situation where he was falling and upset about it, because I can just keep spawning wolves until they touch something and I can fall my way out of it.
Fair enough. As you start falling, you just start swinging, and through the disturbed air, you see wolves just spawn forth, building up a giant fucking pillar of tentacled monsters.
How high am I on the ceiling, and are there any of the robots around me?
So by the time you get enough wolves to touch a wall, you're going to be a couple dozen feet below the platform. Like
Okay,
you had to fall quite a
ceiling, that's
distance.
what I meant. None of the bots are coming after me down here yet, though, right?
Not yet, no.
Okay. I'm going to take a second, and by a second, I mean we're going to spend a good... How long was... Each round is 3 seconds?
Just about. A little bit less.
Alpha crawls
Here,
up.
just-
I
this
didn't
is
hear
just a
no
question,
battle.
This is just a question. Do they think I'm dead? Like, I'm going to continue generating wolves, but I give all of my wolves on this area the order to be silent, and any wolves that were in the above areas are going to just disappear.
So,
Attempting to trick them without, like, it's not a lie, obviously. I'm just attempting to use their lack of knowledge of how my power works to make them think I'm falling. Or actually, I guess they shouldn't disappear. The wolves are going to start, like, the remaining wolves will attack them until they're dead, but all of the wolves that are down here with me and the ones that I'm spawning from now on are just going to be sticking to the wall. And the concept that I want to do here, Sam, is I want the robots to think that they're done, and then I want to come back with like 1,000,000 wolves and just maul them into the pit. Is that something I can feasibly do?
assuming they don't find out, it would be.
Okay.
So you're there for...
They can't. None of them can see me, right? That's my first
Not
question.
to the best of your knowledge.
Okay.
So you're there for about, I want to say, 3 full rounds. before you see one of the ghost Cerberus units start wall running.
Like towards me?
Far, far above you. It's building up distance.
Away or
It's getting away from you, but it's trying to get... It's maintaining the maximum possible distance it can while trying to get an intersect path towards you.
interesting.
Like on a y-axis. And what it's going to do is the second it is directly above you, it is going to start dropping. Just full on free fall.
Okay. And how far above me is it?
About I want to say about 2,000 yards to start.
Okay, so here's my response to all of this. The first thing is if it was just running until it gets directly above me, I'm continuing to make moves.
Got it.
The second it goes to free fall into my lane, I'm going to go 3 to 4 yards to the right or left without changing my height, and the wolves are also going to clear a path about 3 and 4 yards distance from the direct free fall route that it had. That's my counter play
Now,
to that. As I just
are you paying attention to the Cerberus units on the platform at all?
I am keeping an ear out with my permanent 7 hyper sense
Okay.
to make sure that they're not getting closer.
They aren't getting closer. In fact, you don't hear... Like, normally when someone's even just standing on a platform, you hear vibrations from them existing, whether a motor running, heartbeat. The issue is you don't hear them at all on that platform.
Is this still a situation where you...
The issue is you do hear a motor or two on that platform. You're still reasonably certain they haven't moved. They're just not physically on the platform for whatever reason.
Yeah. And if this one that's free falling, if it's falling directly down, all the other ones will have to go directly down. If they all are going down, or do they have to match the exact speed, did you say?
So it's more
Like
a
when I
requirement
punched
for
them
anyone
down.
trying to affect them. They don't have to play by those rules.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if I punched one of them in a downward direction, and this other one that was free falling was going at like 4 billion miles an hour, would it move? If I punched all the other ones at the same
If you
time
punch
down.
all of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So as long as it's in the same direction, which in this case would just be straight down, they will go that direction still.
Yes, assuming you get it matched exactly.
And I now have a reasonable assumption that it will teleport back to the rest of the party at a certain distance,
Yes.
or to at least one of them. Okay.
Would you like me to continue attempting to confuse them with sound at the top?
Go ahead, actually, Tom, and just make it sound like all of the wolves are going to start howling, and then I want you, Tom, to replicate that noise throughout the rest of the place.
Okay.
Okay.
From every corner, even to the bottom of the pit, if you can reach, like, theoretically. I just want it to sound like a cacophony of just wolves being insane.
Okay. I can only make the sound resolve from a single point, but I don't actually have any information about how loud it can be.
Then just do the opposite side of the room to see if the other ones will go to the...
Okay.
It's tough. I'm I'm like thinking we're making progress, kind of, or like I'm making progress, but I'm also still thinking I don't really have a shot. Do you guys have any suggestions at this point? A little metagame session really quick.
Yeah, I'm thinking like this is a gate, and it's weird that a completely unstoppable guardian to a location that apparently is meant to, like, it has an elevator, it's clearly meant to be accessed. It's weird that there would be a completely unstoppable guardian and no way to you're supposed to open this gate.
Kill admin 3. Damn it, that worked. I'm gonna cry. Or just like from laughter.
I'd still like to try like using Vargas's voice and saying "open the gate." It's like there must be a way for this to open normally. At the very least, I'm hoping it would confuse them, so that you've got a better chance.
Yeah. So I'm thinking right now the free fall thing is an attempt to build up a ton of speed to pull like as many of the wolves in that area down with it as possible. So it's going to get close and then do something weird, like use a lasso or something, or like extend its arms further than they look to try to grab as many of the wolves that I'm building up and like pull them down with it.
Mm-hmm.
My counter to this is I'm going to have to try to punch all 8 of the other ones in the exact same instance, which I think Sam has decided I'm fast enough to do because I move so quickly. Because I don't know how like same instance their programming can be, right? Like when I hit all of them earlier, did they move? Sam?
So you didn't quite get all of them because the one did manage to kind of skirt it a little bit. You're not sure if it worked.
Alright. So then we need to
kind
play.
of seemed like it did, but
I'm going to size shift back to normal size and then apply all of my boosters to body so that I move at 8,320 miles per hour.
Okay. Okay, so while you're doing that, I do have to resolve what the Cerberus unit here is doing. As it falls, you're noticing it is not actually in free fall. It is accelerating horrifically fast towards you. Faster than gravity should allow.
Is it still going straight down though?
It was until it put a hand on the wall next to it, and pretty much immediately you see fissures just start cracking out from where its hand touched. You see chunks of rock just go molten as it's still being, despite not looking like it should be heavy enough to do that much damage, you see it still tearing through the wall like it's tissue paper, like knife being dragged through tissue paper.
Okay. How many wolves do I have at this point?
I'm gonna say like God, probably close to 1,000.
Well, the wolves are now going to begin the secondary assault.
What, just swarm up?
Yeah, we're gonna peel out and away from the direction it's coming from. So, like, if it's on the back wall to me, theoretically, like, if I have my back to it and it's touching the back wall as it's coming down at us so that it can direct towards me or whatever, all of the wolves are going to start peeling to the left and right and then go up and over, and we're going to figure out where the rest of these are. I'm going to grab the chain back out for the chain shot, which has a 1600 yard distance it can be pulled. And with my new and improved speed of, let me check the math that I just did, 3,720 meters per second,
Okay.
which roughly converts to yards per second, I am going to attempt to encircle and pull every single robot, like, down.
Okay.
I believe in you.
So,
This is the last attempt I'm going to make before I just say, fuck it, Alpha kills himself in front of the robots.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to make the noise here in an attempt to distract them again?
Yeah, so the wolves are going to start, like, howling, and you can make another, like, howling noise from a different area to see if the robots will, like, spread their attention and maybe mess up a little bit, thinking there's another group of the wolves that they didn't see.
I still think trying different passwords would also be good too. Just because you're right, there had to have a way to get into this vault without having to kill these things.
If you want me to canonically be yelling like admin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 while I do all of this, sure.
That was more for Dredger.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this could just be like the Cerberus just know who is allowed to go in.
I don't think anybody's allowed in is the whole point of these. I think the people who would be able to go in by themselves would have a off switch for the Cerberus, so when they get here, they would just keep it, like, instead of being in sleep mode, they would just turn it off, and that would open the door, and then when they leave, it's like a car lock, like, it's just, boop, boop, all right, it's secure now, and boop, boop, all done, open.
Fucking
I don't think there's, like,
Treasure, do cybersecurity. Go.
Okay, let me roll for security systems.
So, Alex, as you go to lasso the Cerberus units, you remember that one point where it was able to tear off its own arm and then re-update to have its arm back? And as the lasso is closing in around them, one of the Cerberus units just makes eye contact with you, tears off another one of its heads, and throws it hard enough that the head just glows red hot as it breaks the sound barrier several times. The Cerberus unit reforms at that one head chucked.
Okay, pause.
Yeah?
Can I do anything to, like, intercept that? Because the
So-
wolves are technically also coming out. Can I get it so that where it's, like, respawning is just getting pounced on by wolves, so it's still being affected with a downward force?
So, it threw it about 8 miles. I don't
This
know.
thing goes on for 8 miles?
Yes. It's a very fast elevator.
Like, up?
Yes.
Oh, he did. Okay, and the wolves have no shot. Never mind.
This was literally me trying to hold all the tricks because I know that I'm only going to get to show you guys these once before you figure something out. Alright.
You're good. I'm thinking. That's why I'm so quiet.
Yeah, this is
'Cause I'm looking at math for speed of sound barrier to see, because technically Alpha is moving 8 times the speed of sound when he does this.
Mach
Jesus
8.
fucking Christ.
Like, literally, the
He's moving
speed of
Mach
sound
8.
is 606. Actually, he's doing a lot more than the speed of sound. 660 miles per hour, and Alpha moves at 8,320 miles per hour with this fully speed boosted form. So right now he is moving at 12.6 times the speed of sound, aka Mach 12 and a half.
So you would be faster than this head, absolutely. The issue is making the roll to really.
So
affect
can I have, like, if my thing is just if they're moving slower than I am and I still have speed left over, can I do anything, or is it because they have a higher sense I'm just unable to react to that even though it's slower than me technically?
So, basically, what it would represent is you didn't notice them doing it until it was already too late.
Okay.
Which kind of tracks because they've been levitating to kind of throw you off as much as they can, and they've been not showing everything they can do. This is like a
No, that's
haha, I fucking got. Oh fuck, they can do that.
Yeah.
That's
No,
basically-
it's fine. Again, we haven't really gone over sense rules, so I'm trying to learn the sense rules.
No worries.
And you said theirs was like a 33?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Are these the most powerful unit you've ever designed, Sam?
No,
answer is
these are the
no.
weakest ones.
What?
The Atlas is the strongest one.
Fuck.
The Founders are an endgame faction, by the way.
Yeah, no shit.
It's fine. So none of them move. That's fine. Did they do anything to me, or did they just use their turn dodging, essentially?
So they all had prepared actions expecting you to do the chain thing.
Okay.
So they actually don't have any other reactions besides, cucking you for that moment.
That's fine.
I wasn't sure what you were going to do, so I had each of them prepare an action to just... I'm like, fuck,
No,
what is
you're
he
cool,
gonna
you're
do?
The tone in my voice is just me not using inflection. Right, I'm thinking, so my brain is occupied,
Yeah, no, it's
trying to think if I can do
I
anything to
struggle
get
to
around
predict you
that.
at the best of times, man. I'm having these things take contingent actions.
I don't think I can do anything to beat that since they get to just say what they're doing after me every time.
Yeah.
Like, even though I move faster than them and I know they can do that now, I can't, like, plot to be like, okay, well, I'll just use this chain to wrap. Like, I'll
If
go
you-
around,
if you think
do it all
you can
again.
Out-predict them. You could do a contingent action and hold it on to the next round. But the issue is to do that, you would give them a full round to start.
Yeah. Which is just them going to be stabbing me as soon as I declare that.
Yeah.
Did the 500 squads of wolves manage to get onto the up? No, we said he went directly up, so they wouldn't have done anything because their orders are to get all of them. So I guess if they can't get all of them, they would just stop moving.
I'm gonna say like the wolves could still swarm the platform and try and attack them whilst trying to get the one that's way up in the air. But they can't really damage them now. So the Cerberus units are just gonna start tearing through the wolves wholesale.
Yeah. Alright, well, are they going to hunt me if they don't know where I go?
Mammon did
Because
say
Omega wouldn't want to reveal. Omega wouldn't want to reveal to anybody else that he technically has 2 lives, since the rest of this group doesn't actually do that.
So what Mammon can do
So I'm
is
thinking I just 12 and a half. Well, I move 12 point. I move 8,320 miles per hour. Like, I move ridiculously fast. I could literally just be back at base in like 2 seconds. My question is more: do I think that they can track me if I do that?
You're not sure if they can track you. You know for a fact that they will pursue you as best they can. That was one of the conditions laid out.
No. Yeah, I'm just like, if it comes to it, he's not like opposed to that because he did kind of give him a hint that it doesn't matter. But he was, again, the character himself is like shisty, you know.
Yeah. Is there
So
some obvious answer we're missing here, Sam?
There is
So-
no obvious answer. This is just I have to hit all of them at the same time. It's
There
rough.
were a combination of items that were present in the other labs that were possible to salvage. Like, if you guys had salvaged the chrono shards instead of trying to stabilize the time crack, you would have had them available for this fight, which might have helped.
Because we could have locked 1 or 2 of them in place.
And there was some stuff in the lab, the cybernetics lab, that could have helped.
Darn.
But
It's all right.
yeah, sorry.
No, that's cool. We flubbed a lot. It happens. We got some stuff. We have the answer to like doing this over time. I just wanted to see if we could do it now, and I think at the end of the day, the answer is no. So I think what Omega is going to do. I need to get used to saying Omega. Omega is going to decide that this fight isn't winnable anymore because it seems like not only him, but the robot is also hiding what it can do, and he doesn't have the means to like force it to show its whole hand. So he's going to use the wolves as like first he's gonna use the wolves as like a shroud, and then he's gonna transform himself to look identical to one of the normal wolves, and then disappear at Mock Jesus. So that they won't even see him leave because he literally moves so fast that like the wolf was just there. He's gonna wait perfectly for them to go for the attack, and then he's just going to like vanish, having one of the other wolves using Lupus Est explode in his place, so that the robot theoretically thinks it just popped a different wolf.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna try that, and then just like not even go upstairs to the rest of the party, just vanish into like some random part of the swamp to see if they can track me, I guess, is the overall plan.
So the last scene you see is one of the Cerberus units distracted by Lupus Est, carving through about 16 wolves to decapitate one. and it just stares at the head that's supposed to be yours, and you just see it staring that head down as you disappear into the bog. All right. So the entire party escapes. Do you guys bring Santiago with you?
I had wanted to ask, can we have a slight retcon such that when this fight began, Dredger had been having various Garys removing Santiago from the situation, as well as many documents as possible?
Yeah, the Garys are going like that full one episode of SpongeBob where they're just running around file cabinets.
Yeah, collecting all the information. Like, oh, dude, look at this!
Alright, so we have this place pretty well picked over of what can be picked over.
I guess my question for Sam is, does the red, like, Gallon is waiting at the elevator, kind of?
Mm-hmm.
Does he see, like, a bunch of the robots run by after, like, 20 minutes of waiting?
So,
I guess, what did
minutes.
Omega say? He said 10, because
Yeah.
Gallon heard 10, so he would stand at the elevator for 10 minutes.
You think it's fine at first, and then you just hear a subtle crunch as the second you turn your back, the Cerberus unit has ascended the lip of the elevator, and it makes eye contact.
Oh, hello there. What's your name, friend?
It is not breaking eye contact with one of its three faces. Each of the two other faces are just darting around, trying to ascertain what the other two greatest threats in the room are. As it just begins sprinting at high speeds down the hall.
Oh.
On that note, Gallant is gonna, like, go into... Is it going down the hall towards everybody else, or, like, going towards the exit?
Towards the exit.
Yeah. Gallant is gonna take his tube worm and just talk into it, and he's gonna say, Exit Wound, can you just let Omega know that I don't think the robot bought his little act?
Oh, man.
And then Omega will just come back, I guess, and die in a glorious combat that takes a while. At the speed of Mach 12 and a half, he returns to the room.
So weirdly enough, as Omega nails this one Cerberus unit, you're not sure if it's forced to or if it lets itself. It is knocked back into the pit while maintaining eye contact with Omega, and you understand this thing's happy to go back to the pit so long as you come with it.
Interesting.
You're going to die there is like the implication it's trying to give you.
It takes us like less than 2 seconds to get there. He
Yeah.
literally moved within one round's distance away from it and then was waiting to see. Well, I guess it takes 10 minutes plus less than 1 second to get there.
Yeah.
But he was just like waiting. He was like, didn't think this part of the plan through for like that whole 10 minutes. He's like, stupid. God damn, I'm gonna kill every engineer I ever meet in the future. The stupid
Dr.
stuff.
Krabs is making Gear Boys.
But yeah, so then he goes back.
Now the second time through, just a quick note so you can have this for the future. The second they start fighting you again, they start preemptively reacting to your dodges. It becomes harder and harder until it is just impossible to dodge them. As
Alpha is going to stop dodging them on the return.
Oh, okay. Never
He
mind.
understands they're learning his patterns, so after he came back, it wasn't, oh, I'm going to keep fighting them and like put on a show. It was just, you're going to kill me this time, and I'm going to come back later and rip you apart.
Mm-hmm.
Except
So he just dies getting eviscerated. But even when his body should be dead and like his torso doesn't exist, he's still talking to them like, keep going, robots. You have a lot more to do here.
I could do
And then he
something, but I'm gonna play my cards close to the chest, and they're just gonna rip you apart. You guys see, looking down, you can just see like two dots tearing each other apart. Well, one being torn apart by the other.
I don't know. I don't know if I have the sense for that, so I'll just be like,
Fair enough.
He also, after he made it back, turned off the max speed form because I don't want them to get used to that.
Good.
Just as a side note,
Fair enough.
like he went into like a fairly normal, like no super secret buff. It just started getting eviscerated by the monsters and laughing it off because he's got 10 hard dice in endurance forever and 10 hard dice in stability forever. So he's just enjoying the impossible fight that he gets to fight, as only a true psychopath would.
Jesus. This man.
And then about 12 minutes later, you guys see Omega in his normal wolf form come back into the building, and he's just sulking a little bit, going, "Those stupid robots are kind of bullshit."
you'll get them next time.
It's the first time you've ever seen him anything besides, like, smug.
I don't even know what to say here, like in character, out of character. They're just kind of awkwardly pats you on the shoulder.
He doesn't have his armor on, though, because the armor isn't reproduced when he does his whatever thing he does that you guys now know is a thing, but have no idea what he did.
You just see a little crack in the wall print a receipt saying insurance cashed in, the armor is at the designated pickup zone.
Cool. Darn it. I was so fucking close. Stupid robots can, like, rip their own heads off and grow out of the head. How does that even work? Are they just made of bullshit? He's, like, literally, like, kicking a rock or, like, kicking the corner of the wall, and it's just making a bigger dent as he's, like, muttering to himself like a real pissed off person. Like, fucking bullshit, man.
Though they seem mechanical, we would try this, and then Treasure will read the compliant key to see if there's anything about Cerberus unit. Let me see my result. 310.
Okay, so I need to ask.
Alright, is height better or width better here?
Height is better. Height is better. I
Okay.
need to ask. Is it only supernatural stuff in there?
Let me read. It is. The current sections are esoteric ritual, esoteric art and artifact, otherworldly being, clowns, North Dakota.
Okay, good.
Ohio's not in there?
None of their stuff was produced in North Dakota. We're safe. Okay. God, that was almost dangerous. Okay, so,
I also have the Uwu Circle of Hell, but I swear to fucking God, Sam, if that's useful here, I'm gonna be so angry at you.
Wait, I know about the Uwu Circle of
roll live for me. Okay, so, oh wait, no, you actually do. So, Tom, all it's giving you is like the Hellhound.
Okay.
It does
About
seem
what I
to imply
expected.
like a Cerberus unit, if it follows the myth, should allow, like, it should permit those who are supposed to be there.
I mean, wait, actually, let me Google something then. Because a thought occurs to me. Thought definitely occurs to me.
Just annoying. Omega is just super pissed because he wanted the app really bad because he likes things that nobody else has more than anything. That's why he loves his armor.
I mean, you can still get it. We just have to try again.
But now, when he like literally just crunches into the wall and rips a section of it out, and then just atomizes it in front of your face and sprinkles the dust on the ground.
So, it does. How similar to Cerberus are these? So when you just said if they follow the myth,
Hit me with what you got, Tom.
and we tried doing the Orpheus thing.
Play a song.
Yeah, like you put them to sleep somehow with music, like Okay, now this sounds like a password again. There must be some sort.
Oh my
like what
god,
Chris
you
was
just
saying,
summon Amp. Amp actually does it.
there must be
Amp's
some
useful.
sort of auditory thing that lulls them to sleep.
So, I think we win. All we really need to do is make it so that we control the gravity in the area, so that whenever they try to like move, or just limit their ability to do that like movement bullshit.
Yeah.
So I think that was the gravitron thing. What was it called? The gravitron field.
Let me check the
Yeah,
thing.
graviton field.
That
we
would
have
just
graviton
cancel their
field
ability.
generator.
That cancels the ability to make them all not move at the same time, right?
It'll at
Is that
least
what-
hinder it. It'll make it more manageable at the very least. There's forms to
Yeah.
it.
Because
It
they would all be technically going up or down at the same time. So they would all be moving at least in one direction.
Now there are times where it's like that rule didn't seem to be. It seems as if they have a way around that slightly. Like for example, when it jumped, it was falling a lot faster than it should have been, which might be related to its movement ability. But the question becomes how.
Do you still have the compliant key?
Yes.
Why don't you ask them what the password is?
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I need a specific question. It doesn't contain all knowledge.
Oh, I thought it did.
No. I think what we should do here is like start move all of the Gear Boys onto different research projects related to making the graviton field, and the two oldest or the oldest group of being that I'm aware of that we could talk to. We still have a telepathic. Can Dredger ask the Scourgeon and the Waterlogged if any of them have any knowledge at all of the founders, on the basis that they've all been in this city for a really long time?
So as you guys roll back up to the power plant, and the Scourgeon is constructing a biotank, you see the original Gary suspended with little budding tanks of mini Garys growing out. The entire area just flooded with Garys. The Scourgeon's gonna go, I've only actually been in this city for about 3 years. I'm not from here.
Very well.
You know, Dr. Crab, you're a great guy for coming out here. It's really hard to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, rural medicine doesn't pay well, but it is spiritually rewarding. He says as he's digging around in Gary's brain.
There are
Someone
200
who-
Garys. Garys count as Gear Boys, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. Alright,
Now,
I'm
keep in
fixing
mind,
this up.
we have the reduced extras because the Scourgeon can mimic dice pools, but he can't mimic extras.
Yeah.
So, the Garys are good for general projects. They can't do anything super in-depth.
Alright, so then we have like some project management in what I desperately want to call the Garia.
And also, any project you got from Poseidon Energy, it's going to have massive, massive research requirements, just so we're clear.
That's not surprising. Still, like the payments for that are so good for each of us.
Quake could probably like kidnap some scientists for you.
Wait,
Thank you
For asking,
Chris.
that's just Wednesday.
Chris.
Hmm?
You know who's a scientist and who Quake could kidnap?
Who?
You can have like a horrific like axe through the door, here's Johnny moment right before you kidnap Glaucoma again.
Oh my god.
He is a nuclear engineer. Barry would have a friend.
That would be pretty funny. I mean, I think I could do it. I'm pretty sure Charlie can't see me. And if he does, he has to make endless trauma checks then.
Mm-hmm. And if he can still find you somehow, he absolutely can't find Hidden Sorrows.
Well, I
You-
think he just eventually dies, because I don't think he has endless stability.
He would
Yeah.
have 0 willpower, at which point his power would shut off. and I think the conditions would not work for your power because he has no willpower and he has no power to perceive you with anymore, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you reckon this session is done here, and we're gonna go to the research phase?
Yeah, I think so.
So
All right,
wait,
Unless
I
any
can
of you
also
have-
kill that fucking inventor.
Unless, oh fuck.
I have. Can I post? I have written up some notes about what happened in today's session to post in general, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
But real talk, should I kidnap inventor?
If you want to.
What I want, Sam, is I want my army of gear boys with adult supervision to make me something using the fucking time crack that stops that stupid robot from making all of the effects have to happen to all 9 of them at the same time. Is that something that they feasibly could do in just a specific area?
So, what they're reasonably certain they might be able to do is if they give you just a shit ton of chrono shards, right? You can hit them with the chrono shards and that'll lock one in place for a little bit. And
Can't you
then-
also just spawn 9 copies of yourself to hit them all at the same time?
You can't do that with one chrono shard. That's like that's a really fucked up thing that the Goliath did because it basically got rolled a really lucky save on getting scattered throughout space and time.
Hmm.
That's not really like the Gear Boys aren't sure they can reproduce that. That was like a unique anomaly.
Okay.
But what happens is, while they're frozen in time, any attacks landed on them are going to be stored, and once time resumes, all those attacks are going to happen at the same time.
Just to that one?
To that one. But, if you can manage to get them, you don't need to deal damage to them to activate the Chrono Shard. You just have to break the shield, which doesn't benefit from superposition. The shield is generated individually on each one. It's still a bitch, but it's doable now. There's probably other stuff you can do. Like, if the Graviton Beam can really turn down their mobility, like stopping them from... Like, you could just invert gravity if they try and throw themselves off the pit, and you can also, like, make them really heavy so they just slow down a little bit. Because it wasn't displayed, but they are very fast, it looks like, when they want to be.
I mean, they seem pretty fast in general.
Yeah.
I can do
It's more
some.
just trying to get around the hitting them all at once thing is annoying.
I can do some looking too to see if I can't find something that could be a creature that could be pulled from the pool that could help this situation.
Just throw a fucking Gorgon at them.
I wasn't thinking so much that as to like.
Oh, the
Section
Sunfly.
4 of a one-session mission.
There's a number of things that I have. I can't remember the name, but there's a number of things, myths I've read about things that aren't quite moored in time or place or also exist in many positions simultaneously. I'm wondering if I can't find something that we could, argue could bust the superpositional qualities, just as a result of what it is.
Gary does say he has a paper on superposition from the Singularity Lab. He doesn't understand it yet, but he thinks he might be able to eventually.
I really do think we should try to capture some smart researchers, though. I was messaging Tom.
I mean, we can definitely steal.
Maleficus.
Maleficus Trigor.
Maleficus Trigor. The Gear
Okay.
Boy.
Okay. Get the big scary demon gear boy to join us.
Okay.
Who's the smartest person with this? Is there anybody famous that works with this concept of superposition and/or time shenanigans?
I can think of one
This is
group
not a
we
question
could
that I'm
ask.
asking us as the party. It's more just like Omega is now considering threatening everybody in this building to give him information on every nerd in this goddamn city.
Like,
think of-
tech-wise, Inventor is actually really good with tech, and this is a tech-only thing.
I can think of one group we could ask, but I don't know if Mammon would be okay with it.
You think it verbal cake?
No. No, I'm thinking the Rovers. They're not the. No, who's appraisal with?
It's the Rovers.
Okay, I'm thinking the Rovers. Like, can we convince the Rovers to open the gate for us, considering that's kind of their whole shtick?
I think that's a bad idea.
I do too, is the thing.
I think we spend next session capturing, like, smart people. Each of us, like, takes one person to go get.
Okay.
Honestly, Inventor would probably be the easiest to be like, hey, do you want to go work for Mammon Gray? And that's basically his god of his universe, of the small, like, crazed universe he lives in. So that's super
in
easy.
Market Street right now?
No, he's in the, whatever the other one is. The Discount Market Street.
Oh, Front Street.
Front Street.
Oh, that's going to be a hell of a session. I'm not sure you should do that one alone, buddy.
Okay.
So here's my
all
first
go to
pitch.
Front Street.
We can go there to steal that guy. Bring Omega, because Omega's OP. Like, despite the fact that I didn't really get to do anything in that fight, I am much more comfortable with how Omega is built now.
You still fought one of the scariest things that I've ever seen in the city.
It's the thing that was holding it back winning was just the fact that, like, they had so much gobbled dice, and I had to hit all of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Because theoretically, if I could have hit all of them at the same time, I'm not sure how much HP they have, but Omega would have done... Where's this sheet? Omega would have done 14 damage after armor,
Okay.
I think.
I'm not going to disclose how many HP they have, both because
Yeah.
I want to keep that secret.
Every
and also
location.
because you're going to be mad at me.
I'm sure they're tough, but it's 14 damage to every location, and they don't have, like, active regen. They have, like, more... It's not, like, incredible... They're super-duper repair. It's just their main defense is you have to hit all of them at the same time. So if we can
And,
get rid of their...
If one of them is fully intact, they can all become fully intact at the end of the round.
Yeah, but if I hurt all of them equally,
Yes. Yeah, they're fucked.
and it doesn't matter. It's more just... Like, Omega by himself can't win that fight because there's 9 of them. Omega
know
with
what?
the party / the party, I should say, not Omega with the party. The party together still can't really win that fight because there's 9 of them, and we have to hit them all at the same time for the exact same amount of damage, technically.
It's also a fight that
And fight
goes
for you.
way against, like, Quake's abilities. My, like,
Yeah.
my fighting style is one shot and then I'm out of there. That's it.
Part of the issue too is that they adapt. So like this is a multifaceted, like, it's going to take a minute for us to do anything there. I really wanted to get into the room because of my just curiosity for the bullshit that's behind that door. But I don't
Never
think short of
foresee what's in there.
actually blowing it up with a singularity core and hoping it doesn't destroy that whole building. And the singularity core actually does something to all of them, because I'm sure they have a reaction to the singularity going off that Sam will show us.
I have an idea of a character who could do this. I'm not happy about it, but I was talking about them with Sam earlier.
You're going to bring orthogonality into this?
I think because the power system that I had thought of for the Demiurge of Orthogonality, that guy working with Omega would be able to do it.
I still have a blanket ban on that character. I hope you realize that.
I understand that because the power is ungodly powerful, but can still exist within this stupid system. Like, it's completely unfair. It's horseshit, but like I can build it.
Yeah, and I can build a Cerberus unit better than I did, but I'm not going to.
How many points is the Cerberus unit?
It's only
5.
like 3,000.
hate
Okay.
so much of that.
Is that 3,000 for
It's
each
only like
individual
3,000.
sidekick?
No, it's like 3,000 total.
Okay, because like what you're building here, you know what I'm reminded of?
What?
You remember my very first concept for Avery and Chivalry? Like the very earliest version of that I had.
Trench coat?
Yeah, like if Avery died, he would get up, and the entire time he had been Bravery Smalls and Obedience Smalls. Obedience was the legs because he doesn't talk.
Do you want like a small spoiler for how I actually built this fucking piece of bullshit?
Yes, I would.
It's a bodiless consciousness that controls all of them, with 3 sidekick characters that I statted out as full characters attached to that one. So I bought hitboxes, I bought everything 3 times.
That's how the Smalls brothers work.
And then they summoned 2 more. So I built 2 more attached to those, and those are contingent. So they're so expensive.
I understand the whole concept. You spent 3,000 total points, and each individual one was roughly 1,000 points. It doesn't change the fact that they cost 10 times more than me, roughly.
Oh no, each one
Give or
costs
take
like
bonuses.
each one costs like 900.
Yeah.
Still,
Well, combined, they cost 10 times more than Omega, which was the issue, is just they had more dice than me, and that's kind of the whole point of the game, is just more dice equals stuff, which is why there's a hard limit on total thing you can do. But I'm not upset about any of that. I'm not even upset. The Cerberus units are cool. It's more just like getting around them is an issue now for us. And
yeah.
I'm not upset about it. I'm just trying to think of solutions. Like, it was fun. I had a good time.
I think we need to get like some smart people start developing like some technology that will like A, slow them down, B, kind of time displace them.
Yeah.
Well, there is an entire faction of smart people not too far from you guys, called the Gear Boys. If you
Yeah, I
guys
think-
want to take
I
on
think
their
what-
lead.
I think what we might end up doing next section is just overtaking the Iron Legion, which was actually one of Mammon Gray's things. Was he wanted us to like convince the Iron Legion to work with us, but I think what we should do is like subjugate them, because I don't think
shit,
the
I
Iron
actually-
Legion.
I did have a scene I wanted to do with it. Guys, next session we're going to open with a scene involving the Iron Legion. Please remind me of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
I
have an
still want
idea
to get
how to
out in the open so that I hit fucking Charlie with the endless trauma. That was all. Just because it'd be rude.
I feel like we could also, like, if we can kidnap Timekeeper for a short period of time.
Oh, that would break open a lot of shit.
Yeah, like there's a number of characters. I think the next session is just going to be kidnapping people and making them do evil shit for us for a little while before letting them go. I assume that we can also keep better info security than Hub Squad by having Dr. Crab readjust them afterwards.
So what I
beautiful.
should do to mess with stuff is like, is say Inventor joined Evil Squad 2.
Alright. So
Honestly,
things
if you do want like a long-range subversive unit, you guys do have enough critter points to pick up an axolotl, an elder axolotl. They can send a ghost out and just mind control people, and they will come to you willingly.
I was actually going to say, if we're going to go through the trouble of trying to hit specific NPCs, I think we should buy the mind control thingy just so that there's no issues, because Sam's NPCs are going to be built on retarded amounts of points and probably have tricks to protect themselves.
Yeah.
So
One thing
I'm
I'd-
for the axolotl being our little minion soon.
One thing I'd also like to try doing is see if we can give some of the powers of the Machine Plague to Hidden Sorrows so that he's more than just a shitpost. That would probably be good, because he's basically unlocatable, and having him actually be able to do something is quite alarming. So he's down for fucking anything, since helping us is what the requirement for Mammon Gray breaking his curse. Though I don't think that Hidden Sorrows knows that Mammon Gray can't actually do that.
Wait, how did Cancer get Quake?
When you became the tumor.
Oh, I did become the tumor.
I think the one I'm happiest about is that horrible moment about Xander, Quake, and Dredger talk X on him.
All right, Sam. For research things, we have 200 people.
Mhm.
I want to do the research into getting the graviton field operational because I think that is one of the more useful things for getting rid of those robots.
Okay.
How many? So that's the first thing I want to start working on. I feel like we should expand our power plant, fix up some of the places because we have so many Garys now. So I feel like we should do something about fixing up the power plant for more space for people. And then
Were
putting
we
in
going to do anything with the time crack for research?
Yes, I want to do. I don't know what they can do with that. I guess, like theoretically, could they look into finding a way to
Yeah, they would
superposition is
stabilize.
different from the time crack, right?
Yes.
So, is it stabilized already, or does it need to be further stabilized?
It's stabilized, but it can't. It's not like usable yet. It's like you have an ore vein, but you need to build a smelter. You know.
Yeah. So we'll do graviton field, time crack are our top two. Living space is like a passive thing that like they can work on in their free time because I'm sure the power plant's much bigger than
If-
like we're actually utilizing.
And
So they
can
can
we like
they-
reduce the time on these research projects by like getting specialists in those fields?
Correct.
Okay.
So we're moving away from assigning individual Gear Boys to more like research projects. So I'm gonna have to redo the math. I can't do that off the top of my head at the moment.
No, yeah.
We'll,
I'm just giving you a list of stuff so you can let us know whenever you have free time.
I'm gonna post a list of people whose services we need to borrow.
Emphasis on borrow.
Yes. One project I would like to bring up as a possibility that I was thinking of. You know, so there was a group with Hub Squad called the Vaqueros who had super motorcycles that were all turned into inert lumps of iron and dropped somewhere in the southern bog where the power plant is. I was thinking it might be worth our time to, once everything is said and done, as we understand more about the time crack, if we can find those lumps of iron, since Dredger should know approximately where they are, and the Waterlog definitely know where they are because those guys get around. If we can return those and restore them to their original condition, we have then the ability to start manufacturing motorcycles that can move faster than Omega can.
I am
very fucking fast motorcycles.
I am curious about Front Street because Sam keeps bringing it up. And I'm just like, why did he make a second Market Street?
I mean, we can definitely go to Front Street.
But I think Quake could probably get Timekeeper by herself.
Mm-hmm.
So Front Street isn't Second Market Street. It's the filter for Market Street. Basically, Front Street is where all the people who were either kicked out of Market Street for being fucking terrible, or the people who couldn't quite get into Market Street wind up. And it's just people tearing the shit out of each other 24/7, but like in a quote unquote polite way. Where it's like you're pressured into joining a game of 3-card Monty. If you say no, you get mugged. If you say yes, you get scammed and then mugged.
You're saying
Omega
this is-
spent a lot of time in Front Street just because it was a free place to pick up stuff for people who were dumb.
This is like the location that Dredger would feel most at home. Like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, this is exactly, I'm familiar with this entire vibe. I get it. Finally.
I also think we need to work on the.
Iron Legion.
I mean, Iron Legion scene will happen, and we can decide if we're going to do an invasion mission or if they're more amicable to joining our cause after we took the flotilla back over.
Yeah.
Because technically speaking, Mammon wants us to convince them to join us, like, civilly.
Yeah, and Dredger also wants that because he doesn't like the iron.
But
So
worst
what-
case scenario, Omega is a very, very strong man. I don't know what they have specifically in the Iron Legion. I just know that they aren't, like, they don't have all the bullshit robots. They just have a lot of, like, power armor.
Yeah.
And any power armor that they have leads to better improvements on the Prometheus armor for Omega, so he's very interested in fucking them up and stealing their shit.
Yeah.
Do you guys
So-
actually want to do the scene if I can keep it short or not?
Yeah.
We can do, yeah, I'm down to do it now.
I'd like to
So-
first ask what the things that we would all get if we get into the archive.
don't
Omega gets the apple.
Oh, yeah.
Quake gets the ability to come back to life once.
Instead of coming back to life, could I have it so that instead of my soul going to the endless void, it goes to Mammon Gray?
Yeah, it was kind of how that was working. Basically, he was making a proxy server for your soul. It would give you some latency to get
Neat.
back.
Okay, so there's a difference in that implication, as in the latter means that I would be stuck in eternal service to Mammon Gray.
That's very fair. Alright, if you go with Mammon Gray, he'll let you do it over and over again, but when you
Okay,
find
then I'll do that.
Philip Reston, you're with him.
And Dredger would be getting more of his powers into his body.
We would need to specify which ones those are, otherwise I'm just going to say, like, you get 100 experience points.
Sick.
Yes.
100 XP.
And upgrade.
Just say 100 XP. I mean, that's a fuck ton of XP.
XP. What does the Apple of Eden do?
So, it gives you knowledge of original sin.
What? From Marvel?
So, like, biblically speaking, it's not. So, Sam, which specific version of the Old Testament does the city operate on?
All
Because
Islamic.
the apple does change. Okay, that means the apple does a number of different things. It gives you a innate understanding of the difference between good and evil. Technically, this means that the character cannot be innocent again and may also be struck out by any angelic entities we find. It will potentially make you appear very powerful to certain entities because some versions of the Old Testament had a second apple that God was afraid that Adam and Eve would eat after they ate the one of good and evil. Basically, I would assume it would give you a significant amount of knowledge about who people are and the sins they have done. Assuming it's like an external power.
Use that against them.
God, you just like fucking look at Quake and it's just like a long line with just like horrific crimes.
It
Selling.
may or may not give you the ability to manifest people's sins as an ongoing effect.
Oh, fuck. Like that is so like you give like on top of everything else you give Omega worst fears, nightmares, super psychic powers?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Fuck yeah.
Why not? Why not?
I put it behind an endgame boss. I don't know why I wouldn't give you broken shit for beating it.
That's fair. And then I assume we also can steal cool shit from the archive that Mammon isn't after.
I'm gonna leave the archive kind of a secret, but the final scene was the Scourgeon's looking down and going, "Oh, guys, by the way, a note came for you." He just hands you guys a little folded up piece of paper.
I will read the note.
You open it up. It just says "prepare," and it's a stylized picture of an iron dragon. As you hear like a cacophony of like bending metal, and you feel heat as a 6-story tall iron dragon just lands in front of the power plant.
Dredger immediately books it.
I will, I mean, I guess I'm stealthed always anyway, so.
Is this like same day or is this like the next day?
Immediately after you guys get back?
Okay.
You just see a man in a fucking cloak made of layered daggers, an iron helmet in the shape of like a dragon's maw, his face obscured by like a fiery red orb, going, "Hello, is this I believe I spoke to your employer, one Mr. Gray."
Yeah.
Dredger comes back and he's carrying something with him, but he says, "Yes, we are the servitors of Mammon Gray."
He strides up to you. You realize he's wearing fucking like platform shoes, and he's still just barely as tall as you.
I mean, that's still impressive. Dredger's 8 feet tall.
Damn it! Sam.
These are like some vicious platforms.
He extends his hand and goes, "I'm the Iron Dragon of the Iron Legion. And I've been told your group can provide some assistance. Now, call it housekeeping, call it eternal affairs, whatever term you may prefer. Long story short, there's going to be a civil war in my house before too long, and I require some external collaboration, if that sounds amicable to you."
Omega just like comes around the corner with a big fat grin and goes, "Perfect. I was looking for an excuse to destroy some things."
"My friend, I shall not infringe upon your rights, nor your right to life, liberty, or happiness." Emphasis on the last one.
God, he's a fucking sovereign citizen, isn't he, Sam?
Of course
He's in
he
the
is.
Iron Legion. What else would he be?
He's the king sovereign citizen, which is such an oxymoron.
I don't know who you
King
are,
of the
but
sovereign
find me the
citizen.
people you want me to kill and pay me accordingly, and I'll be content to help you out.
He pulls out an envelope, hands it to you. It has 3 pictures in it. One is a just bayou looking fuck with a wide brim hat with an alligator teeth trim. This man is called the Cayman. He's quite difficult to kill. I believe you'll have fun with him. Second, it's a dude with a mesh mask on his face. This one's called the Fringe Marquis. He's he shouldn't be much trouble at all, honestly. The last one now, this one stings a little bit. It looks like one of those Goliath units you've fought so many times before, but made out of cold iron. This one, unfortunately, I think he's still loyal, but unfortunately, in these days, it pays to be a bit paranoid, doesn't it?
Okay, like,
Isn't this where you want to ask him to fall into service? Out of game, sorry.
out of game, I just wanted to say I'm very conflicted because there's a scene I really want to have happen with Hub Squad before we do anything to hurt the Cayman. There's a scene I need to happen because it will be the funniest thing that could happen to Bayou Bill.
He holds up his hands now. He goes, "Now, don't move quite yet. We're still in the planning phase of this. It's something we know is coming." He knows, the Cayman, that is, he knows he's going to be shut out after his latest failure. He doesn't like that. Quite frankly, I don't like him that much. But we got along fine until now. But sometimes it's best to go out with the old, and he pivots to Dredger, in with the new. Am I right?
Dredger nods at that and will say, "We already have some ideas of how we might fix this situation."
I'm all ears, but I am on a schedule. Swing by sometime. I think you'll enjoy the place. We'll talk then, alright?
Very well.
Excellent. He stops for a second, looks back. Nice scourgeon, by the way. Then he hops on the dragon.
Oh, that doesn't bode well.
Crab is great.
Dr. Crab is bristling, like, does he have a scourgeon? He's like yelling, "Do you have a scourgeon? Tell me!"
I go up to Dr. Crab. If he has a scourgeon, we'll kill it for you.
I want to kill it. I want to kill it! I
Don't worry,
need to
Dr.
see
Crab.
it die!
Well, if he has one, we'll bring it to you, buddy.
Thanks.
Scourgeon. Only paranoid about other Scourgeon.
So, for reference, Sam, because I know you're going to need to prepare for this, like, writing-wise and emotionally,
Yeah.
do you want to know what my plan is?
Yeah.
So, it sounds like there is going to be a coup in the Iron Legion, or a split with potentially two groups.
We already knew this.
Yes, but like, if there are only two groups, you know who is a great person to make that an enormously more complicated issue for the group we don't
Xander.
want? If we bring Xander back to life and force him into the group that we're against, we can cause them so many fucking problems.
You do have his skull and a Scourgeon. If you want.
Yes.
It's something we don't need to do now. That's later.
Yeah. Maybe
Who do I
I
have
kind of...
Who would I have to talk to get? I'm just now remembering the fact that also the armor got fucked up in that fight. Like it got turned into something else. Can we add like somebody to the list that could make the armor not like immutable?
It's a tech-based power. That'd be Inventor.
Okay, never mind.
He's a tinker. He's a tech-based tinkerer.
That's fine. As long as somebody was on the list. I just realized I remembered it like just now after that little interaction that
One important thing
Omega
you learned from
doesn't have
that
to
is Cold Iron does not stop tech-based powers. It is just for paranormal stuff.
Yeah, I don't have Inventor sheet, so I don't plan on ever playing him, so that's just going to be an NPC for you, Sam. You know, he is annoying. No, I'm not playing him. Yeah, that's all you.
No,
buddy.
that's for me. That's
Yeah.
that's me. I want to do that.
Okay.
And
cool.
I will look up some things for potentially like things that can be pulled out of the pool that would be able to help with the superposition bullshit.
So we fuck with Seth, right? Inventor and G-Slicer back and tell him that. In Evil Squad 2.
Do we
Is
tell
that
him,
even a
Xander?
thing we're capable of? Can we?
Xander! We're on the same team! It's fucking horrific! It's the most annoying team we've ever made!
It wouldn't even get anything done.
I mean, probably not.
Like every stalker in Wolf's Brigade would experience an emotion. It's called hate, and they'd all force them out of the city. Like that team up would unstalker every stalker in the setting for just long enough to kill them.
Chernobyl lives.
It's like Xander has an incredibly powerful artifact that is gimped by the fact that he's Xander.
Quake doesn't know that Chernoff was captured.
Oh, they
shit.
don't.
Quake would release Chernov.
Actually, I've been wondering about that.
It's another enemy for good guy squad.
Yeah, like if we release him, Dredger quite dislikes Avery, but Avery isn't here anymore. Or sorry, Chernov dislikes Avery, hates Avery, but Avery isn't here anymore. Do you think Dredger would be amenable, or Chernov would be amenable to working with Dredger?
So here's the thing. You have no idea. And second, to get Chernov out, you would have to take a swing at Captain Barrett. And remember, all of this gearing up is to just kind of fuck over Scald and Cannon eventually.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Who's Scald and Cannon?
Both
Scald-
two very big, powerful.
Oh yeah, I
Privateers.
know who Scald is and Cannon are. Never mind. Wait, did you boost how powerful they are?
Yeah, massively.
Okay. I was like, in V1, they weren't really that big of a
You
threat.
never fought them in V1.
Yeah, we did.
You fought their clones,
We-
which only had
we
one
were-
of their powers.
We worked with them, and we didn't like the.
We worked with them, and Cannon got his ass kicked like every fucking fight. He was like, "All right, guys, I'm gonna charge up, defend me," and then we just failed at defending him every time. And he just got the shit kicked out of him every time.
The good news is we know how to beat Cannon.
And then Scald was just like always had low willpower because he kept watching Alpha murder everyone first and then ask questions later. So he had like 1 willpower. That was
Salt
it.
never went above 5 willpower that entire campaign. I hope you guys
Jesus.
know that.
It's funny because
His
Alpha
base
had a
will
retarded
started at 30. I'm not even exaggerating. Oh, and it turns out
That's almost Mr. President levels.
the thing I needed to do to fix Cannon, it turns out if I just removed the cannot move while charging, he suddenly becomes a functional character.
Ah, there you go.
Like
That-
if he can just charge in the background, he's suddenly a million times better. Who could have fucking guessed?
there you go. Because he was
Yeah.
so bad.
It's fine.
He's like, alright guys, defend me so I can shoot off my ultra powerful shot. And then it's just like him getting the shit kicked out of him. And he's like, oh no.
Alright guys, one mo again. Gets his arm cut off immediately. God damn it.
Why? Meanwhile, Alpha just right in front of him, killing a different guy, ripping his heart out, and then looking at him and going, "Sorry, did you say something?"
We just don't value your team your contributions.
Turns over to Skull. Hey, Skull, look what I found.
I also gave him on his charge power. I just gave him a defense and useful quality too, so it works as intended now instead of just being an attack thing.
I think obviously the privateer I liked the most was the ghost lady.
Siren is the best.
Siren was my favorite. Like, I was actually scared when we fought her. I was like, we're gonna get fucked, aren't we?
It turns out summoning minions every round and everyone has a non-physical attack is scary.
Mm-hmm.
Does the Apple of Eden give you the knowledge of original sin, or does it just give you the knowledge of God?
It does a lot of stuff because of Sam said every Old Testament applies.
Yeah, because in like the normal Old Testament, I thought it was just it gave you the knowledge of like God, quote unquote. But it obviously wasn't all of God.
It depends based on the translation.
Because like Adam has knowledge of a ridiculous amount of stuff.
It really depends on the translation and what specific version of like Jewish, Christian, or
Islamic.
Yeah, I don't know as much about the Islamic bit, unfortunately, but there's so much Jewish and Christian version that you just assume that it's one of the most powerful objects Alpha will have ever held.
So I texted that to you, Sam, but I'm going to say it because if you say yes to this, it's going to be fucking awesome. You guys have seen that Ragnarok like anime, right? The one
Yes.
where like humanity fights God.
Yeah, Records of Ragnarok.
Do you think it would be how cool would it be if the Apple gave Alpha the little like God's eye that Adam has, where he can just copy everything that he sees?
That'd be
So-
pretty fucking funny.
So like it's not like I can't copy supernatural powers, but if your power like any of the technique users are like super strong like attack people, like anything Alpha could theoretically learn over time, he can just do if he watches you do it once.
Alpha watches bats fight once, immediately has to start doing calculus when he fights now.
That would be such a trip to just be like, Bob walks up, alright, I'm gonna shoot him with my superheated body technique. Alpha, or Omega, immediately shoots him back with a superheated body cannon.
Like, wait, no.
Yeah.
Let me see the script.
It's like,
Hang on, that was my move.
So much to get that ability too. This is rude.
That's why I'm like, it would be super funny / really cool if that was what the Apple did, was just when you eat it, it gives you that bullshit ass copy thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I can understand if that's a no, Sam. I mean, it is endgame stuff, so like, it seems somewhat reasonable, but like, my other power was copying stuff, and that wasn't really a feasible power. I don't know if the Apple has like a point total assigned to it.
If I were just to go to the pool and pull Kirby out, how many points is Kirby? 5,000 or 6,000, I guess.
More than the
The short answer is a ridiculous amount of because the copy power that me and Sam were building for the guy I wanted to play first here
Mm-hmm.
was like he got up to like 2,000 points or something
Yeah,
just
I
for
think
like
I was
2
like
die and the
lowballing it.
copy power.
So here's the thing: powers and wild talents are judged almost purely based on their maximum possible potential. So if you're building like a power that gets stronger over time, you either have to buy dice as it goes along, or you have to buy all the dice at the start and just unlock them through gameplay. And it's like, either way, it's
Yeah.
horrifically expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is why I'm happy to get some XP.
But if we do we could do like an augment variable effect power, which is also disgustingly expensive. But what it would do is it would let you augment like extras onto your body, and then like we could do like one that would mimic small.
The
No,
things
we're
I was
rapidly running into the same flaws. Damn.
The thing I was thinking of adding on that upgrade would be the horse form. Maybe switching the allergy to something that's a little more thematic for the actual, like main thing that the Lord of the Drowning Folk is, and potentially that that Nullify Eater I was talking about. The one where, like, if you meet a very specific set of circumstances, then Dredger can still do to you things that you are normally immune to. Assuming you're supernaturally immune and not naturally immune.
Yeah, that was the important caveat.
Yeah.
All right, I'm kind of falling asleep, so I'm gonna go see if I'm like falling asleep tired or if I need to eat tired. But I will think of all
Yeah.
of this, and if
I'm
you
a-
guys have any questions, just message me, okay?
I'm gonna jump in Goosepilk and upset Seth by saying there's a Evil Squad 3 with Inventor,
Gary Squad.
Xander, Gary, and G Slice.
I think Gary is its own thing. Like Gary
And just
Squad.
no, and then just tell him that I'm playing a literal Gundam, not even a Gundam pilot, just a Gundam.
Let's go to